Now John's just showing off.
He casually walks away from the volcanoes.
Be one of those things where I like light a match and throw it over my shoulder. And then all that happens.
Are we ready to begin? Someone just let me know.
I'm going to say, please go unless I hear any objection, right?
That's what I was going to go with. Thank you. All right. Good evening, everyone. And thank you for joining us virtually to the Quakertown Community School District School Board meeting. Hopefully we'll trying to work something out to get us back in person, just because it's not the same. It's really just not the same. I miss seeing all of your wonderful faces in person. So we will we'll kick the meeting off here with our flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, we will move on to our roll call.
Okay, Mr. Reimers.
Here.
Mr. Spear.
Here.
Mr. Akmanowitz.
Present.
Ms. Weed.
Here.
Mr. Kern.
Here.
Mrs. Mitchell.
Here.
Mr. McCucci.
Here.
Mr. Jackson.
Here.
Mr. Klein.
Here.
All right, thank you. And there was an executive session prior to this meeting to discuss a personnel matter. This meeting is being recorded and available for you later at a later time, should you not be able to attend this meeting live. Next on the agenda is a motion that I would need to approve the minutes of the February 11th, 2021 meeting.
So moved. Steve Klein.
Second, Dave Akmanowitz.
Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, we do have a lot of items on the agenda, some really important items that I suspect will take us a lot of time to get through. And I just want everyone to be mindful during discussion as well as presentation that we do our best to try to be succinct in our comments, just so that we're not here until, midnight, even though I know that everybody loves having midnight meetings. Just serving that as a reminder. And with that, I'm going to move on to our general public comment. And Mrs. Layson, do you have those?
I do. First one is from Lori Stefano of Richland Township. I believe that the school should stick with Levy School Bus Company because our children have had to deal with enough changes due to COVID, and taking away their beloved bus drivers would make things hard for them. My children have had the same driver since starting school, and we love them. They have kept all of our students safe for many years and have always gone above and beyond in everything they do. They are special people who love our students and also keeps ties with our community if we stay local. I hope that our love for Levy is heard and taken into consideration. Thank you. Next one is from Crystal West of Milford Township. It is a struggle having our children participating in after-school activities because time's scheduled. The activities are not scheduled right after school, but yet still within the usual working hours for parents to bring them. All activities are usually scheduled right after school when school hours got moved up. After school activities did not. I understand there are scheduling conflicts with coaches and those leading meetings, but those struggling with this is many because of one. We have to go great lengths for my son to just attend sports, while we and others are sacrificing work schedules and additional travel time. There are activities that would be interested in participating in, but I can't get them there. One, can we have study hall for students to stay after school while waiting for practice and/or meeting time, roughly a 2-hour wait, or move all activities back to begin right after school hours end? Two, buses were offered before for after school activities. How can this be brought back as well? Next comment is from Kathy Infante of Milford Township. Rigorous and high compliance with public health mitigation strategies such as vaccine, physical distancing, use of masks, hand hygiene, and isolation and quarantine is essential to limit the spread of the virus that causes COVID-19 and prevent public health. This has been and is the mantra of the CDC. It is a message that needs re-emphasis to students, staff, parents, and community. Dr. Rochelle Walensky, the head of the CDC, recently stated during a public announcement, 10% of all COVID cases are variants. Variants spread more easily and quickly and may lead to increases in the number of cases. During a marathon, it is the last 5 or 6 miles that takes its toll on the runners, both mentally and physically. We are in the home stretch with each week more and more persons vaccinated. However, we cannot let down our guard. This is when we need to remember the long, extraordinary year. This is when we must remain vigilant and fight to the finish by doing the right thing. Next comment is from Rachel Cave of Richland Township. I do not believe it is safe for the girls lacrosse players to wear masks and mouth guards. We played sports in the fall without masks and without incidents. We are in a much better situation with vaccines and safety guidelines than we were even then. I attend CrossFit workouts with a mask, and I can tell you, if I wore a mouth guard and could not breathe through my mouth, it would be a health and safety issue. Thank you for allowing me to comment and for considering my feedback. Next comment is from Lauren Olson of Richland Township. The topic is transportation, and it just says, why are you not voting right? This vote affects so many people. Next comment is Michael Curtis of Milford Township. My daughter was required to quarantine because she was a close contact with someone on the bus. She got a negative COVID test, but was still required to stay home the full 14 days. Preventing students from returning when they test negative just because they were on a bus and not in a classroom doesn't make sense. Please explain the science behind tests not being valid when exposed on a bus, but tests from classroom exposure are valid. Thank you. Next one is from Megan McClaskey of Quakertown Borough. I know that the plans are constantly changing due to COVID, but it's being said that if there's a graduation ceremony with the entire class, sorry, hold on one second. With the entire class, then only one guest will be permitted per student. If these children can be in school for 5 hours with mask on, then why couldn't we do the same for an outside ceremony? Next comment is from Ryan Wien. Good evening, school board members. I wanted to take a moment to thank you for yet another successful bargaining process that took place between the district and the Teachers Association. This year's bargaining took place during a difficult and unusual time. Although we were all facing uncertainty, atypical bargaining format, and the difficult and unusual strains associated with the pandemic, we were able to come to an agreement that is fair for our staff, the district, and the community of taxpayers. We appreciate that the board's final offer to us recognized the hard work, dedication, and resilience that our QCEA members have shown throughout this unparalleled year and beyond. Additionally, this agreement will help boost the morale of our membership during the most difficult time of their careers. For a long time, there has been a strong, positive, respectful, and professional bargaining history between QCEA and the district, and I am delighted to have seen that this tradition continue during bargaining this year. So thank you again for your willingness to work with us on a fair agreement that honors the work QCEA's members do for QCSD, and even more importantly, the future of this community. Thank you, Ryan Weing, QCEA President. The next comment is from Audrey Wadsworth. I have lived and worked in this community for over 26 years. I have gotten to know many people, groups, communities, and families, and all the challenges that they face, some intimately. Not for the reasons you might think, but because I feel welcomed wherever I go here. I retired from a career in the Postal Service and was known as the mail lady. I connected with everyone I met, young and old alike. I was also known as coach to many people in this community. Wherever I go, whatever I do, even though my children have long graduated from our school system, I want to be able to be there for our kids, set an example, lend an ear if they need it. The Levies have given me that chance again, even though I volunteer in other ways in the community now. This is the most rewarding job I have ever had. Levies truly treats their employees like family. So when I tell you that if they lose the contract to First Student, Quakertown Community School District will be losing many drivers that the kids know and love. We will be loyal and we will stay with Levy. It is my hope that this board will do the right thing and keep a local business open in our community, a local business that helps keep other businesses open, a local business that purchases from other local businesses, a local business that pays taxes in this area, a local business that employs local people, a local business that has been transporting our children to school for the last 90 years. I'm sorry. With this pandemic that is upon us, it's our duty to support local. We have to take care of our own people. I hope that the board will be absolutely transparent in presenting the bids and look at every option, dot all the I's and cross all the T's. Make sure that there is nothing hidden in the bid from First Student, no hidden fees or clauses. Because I, for one, remember the bargaining we got for the electricity in the borough many years back, and now we're paying through the nose for that. Mr. Levy certainly has no hidden agenda, just a will to keep his tradition and his family business open. Stay local and keep Levy's to transport our precious cargo. And I believe that is the end of public comments.
We did have a couple people in the panel or the attendee section with hands raised. I guess I just wanted to make a point. I don't believe we even have the mechanism set up to call on you. So I would ask those people to send an email in and maybe we'll get to it at the later public comment.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And my hope is at some point that we can start, like I mentioned earlier, having some kind of combination of in-person meetings where people can actually, voice their concerns in person. I know that it's just a different dynamic when you have people that have to read out your comments. Obviously, you miss a lot of the emotion in reading those out. As great of a job as Mrs. Finlayson does, she does a great job. So we are thinking through that, and we'd love to be able to, we would have loved to have done that. We tried it once, so it is tricky. It's a tricky situation for us to deal with, but we are thinking about that. And as Chris mentioned, if you are raising your hand, unfortunately, you can feel free to leave comments, but I would encourage you. And one thing I do want to mention, I was trying to find the form online. Joe, I don't know if you want to answer this question or someone else. I was trying to find the form online where people could go to submit comments and public comments. Do we still have that live on our website?
Sure it is. I wasn't the one who put it up, but I'm more than happy to go find it and post it in the chat.
Awesome. Perfect. That works.
Is it possible we could talk about one of the comments for a second,
Briefly.
briefly? The bus exposure that yeah, I forgot. I didn't quite get his name because I started frantically writing afterwards. Is that different than in-class exposure, and why weren't they quarantined to the new CDC quarantine standards? Why did they have to do a full 14-day quarantine if they had a negative test?
Assuming that that is the case, yes.
Yeah. Nancy or
Dr. Harner,
Dr.
we are following the guidelines of after 5 days, a negative test is sufficient.
Yes, ma'am. We're going to be going over the health and safety plan update. Chris, can we save it for that?
A lot of the
Is-
comments that were mentioned will be being addressed in this meeting. And so I know that there's a lot of burning questions. I think that we'll be able to answer a lot of those questions as we get through this meeting. All right. And I will send it over to you, Dr. Horner, for your superintendent report.
Thank you. We have a lot of things, so we'll get right to it. Our monthly nurses update has in the past 6 months has been read only, but tonight I wanted to put Melissa Kelly out here and give her an opportunity. She has a written report that is written by all of our school nurses in collaboration together. And Melissa wanted her to get a chance to kind of give her perspective on what she's seeing out there.
Hi, everyone. For those of you that don't know me, my name's Melissa Kelly, and I work as a certified school nurse at the high school, and I serve as one of the co-coordinators for the nursing department. Dr. Horner asked me to say a few words tonight, so I wanted to first start off by taking a moment to thank the school board for their support with the Quakertown Health and Safety Plan. The mitigation efforts in the plan have proven to be effective against the spread of COVID-19 at school. And I'm not sure if you had a chance yet to look at our write-up for the meeting, but earlier this week, we took a look at our case counts to date. So far, we've had 187 in-person students and 28 virtual students test positive for COVID. The last time I took a look at our enrollment, we were around 4,848 students. So that's about 4% of our student population who was tested positive for COVID. We've been fortunate to see very little spread that could be attributed to school. And I feel like this success is due to the strong health and safety plan that's been put into place. In the recent weeks, we've seen a decrease in the number of positive COVID cases and the students that we've had out of school due to COVID-related reasons. And we have seen travel restrictions lifted and a hope for normalcy in our community. The nurses continue to ask that our students, staff, and families remain vigilant with the recommended COVID precautions to avoid a future spike in cases. And we're hopeful that with community cooperation, the numbers will continue to trend in a positive direction.
Any questions for Melissa from the board?
Dave
Really?
on stack.
I was just going to make a comment. You guys are rock stars, really. I think that nurses in general don't get enough credit for all that they do, for their caretaking ability, but really also for your courage to face a pandemic where, you know, you didn't sign up for this and you were on the front lines. Our teachers, absolutely deservingly so, very nervous to come into the classroom, not knowing that our health and safety plan would work. But you all were seeing patients and you were up close and personal with them. And I would say pose the greatest risk. And for that, I extend, you know, the board's gratitude and just thank you. Thank you so much for all that you've done. And we're happy that our health and safety plan has held and that we were able to keep our students and our staff safe.
Thank you so much.
So I want my question to come at the very end before she turns her camera off and goes away. Does anybody else have any questions for her? All right. So you do not have to answer this question if you do not want to. I'm totally giving you an out. My question is in regards to the many emails that we as school board members have been receiving over the last few days in regards to masks, sports, practices versus games. Many people are asking that we don't have the children wear masks during practice. Some of us school board members may be interested in hearing your personal opinion on that if you're interested in sharing it. If you're interested, I'm totally giving you the out that you don't have to.
No, it's okay. I figured this question would come up. I'll just speak from personal experience. I know it's a very heated discussion in the community. I'll be brutally honest. I haven't had a whole lot of time to look at the current literature on it because I've, spend my days contact tracing and my nights finishing up my master's, and I'm a mom to 2 kids. But I do have a daughter who competes as a gymnast, and she's been competing since October masked. And she and her fellow teammates have done well. I haven't seen any negative health outcomes due to them being masked. They're masked for practice. They're masked for meets. They're masked the whole time they're in the competition building. I certainly have my concerns about not masking and seeing an outbreak among our athletes. I have concerns there. I can't speak to the current literature that's out there about the probability of that. I mean, I would hope that at a minimum, they're masked on the sidelines. I understand that there are some difficulties with masking and mouth guards. And so I think that there needs to be a conversation about that. But I allow my child, and encourage her to wear her mask, and it's required. But even if it weren't, I would feel more comfortable with her masked when she's at her
Thank
please,
you. I said thank you.
Please don't string me up out in the community for saying that. I'm sorry.
You know what's great about what you said, and I think more people could learn from your response, is that when you aren't fully versed on perhaps what the literature says or what the research says, and you say that, oh my gosh, that's amazing. By the way, kudos to you for all that you have on your plate. That sounds like a full load of stuff that you have going on, but thank you for your feedback and for sharing with us. And we'll certainly, we like to receive that feedback from the nurses, and we'll keep it in mind.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Melissa.
No problem.
We'll let you recede back into the other seats. You'll like that. She said to me earlier this week, do I really have to do this? So yes. Anyway, next up is our transportation RFP discussion between First Student Levy Bus. Obviously, we have a lot of interest out there in the community, a lot of people listening tonight and others. Wayne McCullough is our consultant for that. For the audience there, Wayne is the executive director for PASBO. PASBO is the Pennsylvania School Business Officials Organization. He has over 30 years of being a business manager out there in the trenches. I believe in York County, Wayne?
Right.
In York County, now he is the executive director. So all things business, school operations, transportation, facilities, all that comes under his leadership for the statewide program. And we've been honored to have him in 2 programs working with us this year. And so I don't know how he can service the other 499 districts, but Wayne, the floor is yours. And I would ask that the board ask all questions to Wayne that you have for the evening here on this topic. He is our expert.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Hartner. And good evening, members of the Board of Education and also the community and administrators of the Quakertown Community School District. Thank you for the introduction, Dr. Hartner. As you noted, the Pennsylvania Association of School Business Officials does represent over 600 LEAs in Pennsylvania, including public schools, but also non-public and charter schools as well. So we have over 3,000 members statewide. One of the services we provide is to work with school districts to help them with a wide variety of school business operations. But one of the services we provide is to help them when they do transportation requests for proposals and so forth. So I do want to share some of the background information on where we are at this point. So first of all, from a background standpoint, this is how we got where we are at this point. In 2019, the school district signed with Levy a 2-year contract extension. And then they were notified by Levy that they were no longer interested in fulfilling the second year, the final year of that extension, because what they stated due to COVID-19 and also some operating budget concerns. So that was one reason the district decided it was timely to get proposals for transportation services. But in addition to that, and probably very, very important, it is very important, is the Pennsylvania Auditor General in many recent years have cited and also recommended it as an expectation that school districts with longstanding contracts with bus vendors do requests for proposals or bids for contractors to make sure they're getting the best pricing, the best cost that they can get as they represent the community. So both of these reasons then led the school district to decide to seek proposals for transportation services. First of all, we decided to do a request for proposal. We called it an RFP process as opposed to a bid. Pennsylvania procurement laws allow school districts to do proposals for services. Student transportation is considered a service as it relates to Pennsylvania procurement services for schools. And this is important because many of you are familiar with a bid process. A bid process is a very formal process where the proposal is documented, different contractors and vendors have an opportunity one time to submit their bid that's publicly opened. And then based on the results of those bids, the board then would make an award for one of those contractors. A proposal is different. What we do in a proposal is we, again, still very similar to a bid, document the required and desired services that we'd like in this case in student transportation. And then we meet with the contractors, review those services, and then they put together proposals. Their proposals, in most cases, follow the minimum standards that we provide to them that we wish to have services. But they also have an opportunity to provide proposals outside of the line of what the document that has been requested. So it truly is a proposal process that the district has undertaken here. Included in that is we did share with the contractors a decision matrix. I'll show that to you in a little bit. But the decision matrix is criteria that's predetermined that would be used to evaluate the proposals. That way, the contractors who are interested in providing student transportation services to the school district have an understanding of where the priorities are and what the district has interest in the service as provided. So after the proposals were developed, we had 7 contractors that attended our pre-proposal meeting, expressed interest in the providing services. And then finally, we did receive 3 proposals. 2 of them were complete proposals, one by Levy, the existing contractor, and one by First Student. And in addition to that, there was a partial proposal for primarily vans to provide special needs students transportation. So here are the highlights of what has been included in the request for proposal. And I share this because the process is very important. In order to determine what we thought would be important in the proposal is we met with district administrators, including building principals, special education folks, as well as the board committee to understand what the level of service is now and what would be a desired level of service to include in the proposal for contractors to understand what is important for the district. So these are some items that were highlighted in the proposal. One was a documented training program that the drivers would have to work with special needs children. So contractors were asked to document in detail the training program that they would have in terms of working, not only providing behind the wheel driving, but also in working with special needs children in their visit to and from school. In addition to that, we asked the vendors, all of them, to share a documented training program, including the first year of the program for drivers. Some of this is behind the wheel, but also in terms of soft skills, in terms of interacting with the children on the bus, but also in interacting with parents and school staff as well. In addition to that, we had minimum standards for driver uniforms, which included a fluorescent vest, ID badges, which we feel is important for safety, but also important that children and others can easily identify that these are the bus drivers in charge of the bus, especially if the bus has to be pulled off the road due to a flat tire or any other kind of incident that may happen on the bus. It is really for safety of the bus, but for everyone involved in the vehicle. In addition to that, we included what in many cases now has become in recent years standard technology included in school buses and vehicles that transport children, including a speaker intercom system. Many of you recall and probably have even heard bus drivers yelling back to the back of the bus, telling a child to sit down or stay in their seat and so forth. And it is distracting for the driver to have to yell all the way back, perhaps. So a speaker intercom system allows the bus drivers to talk in a normal tone of voice, keep their attention on the bus, but also communicate with children on the bus as needed. And also in case of emergency and a bus needs to be evacuated or another emergency, again, sometimes it's difficult over the noises on the bus, but in this case, again, the driver can communicate effectively with the children on the bus. In addition to that, we requested GPS systems. Currently, you already have GPS systems in use, but it was a requirement that we wanted all of the contractors to know was important to the district. Also, it has become almost standard technology that buses have strobe lights on the roof of the vehicles during fog at night, sometimes when athletic events are out or other trips are out. It happens during foggy times or late at night, and all of you who have been behind buses or vehicles with strobe lights on the roof can certainly attest that it makes them easily and much more visible during those kind of conditions. In addition to that, we had a robust digital video recording system. This really is to help the building principals and others understand what is going on in the bus in terms of behavioral issues, that in real time they can view what's going on in the vehicle and help support positive behavior on the bus to make the bus ride safe for all children. In addition to that, we asked that the words Quakertown Community School District be placed on all vehicles that are used. And again, we believe this is a safety feature for children and parents to be able to identify the appropriate vehicles that are used to transport them, but oftentimes also in extracurricular activities. And one example I give, because my daughter was in high school band, if you ever had a band competition and there's hundreds of buses out in the parking lot, it helps the children locate the buses and so forth. So again, another safety feature. In addition to that, we did provide some what we believe minor penalties for habitual poor performance. For example, if a bus continues to be late on a continual basis, the district would have the ability to provide some financial penalties to the contractor at that point. In addition to that, we thought the existing insurance program provided needed to be a little bit more robust in order to protect the best interests of the school district. So these are some important highlights that were included in the proposal. Just briefly to share the process that was followed. Again, the district, as Dr. Harner stated, engaged with us at PASBO to help with the RFP process to help create a proposal for a 5-year contract with a company. The board did appoint a committee. You'll see here the folks who are involved representing the Transportation Committee on the board. We did have the proposals released then to bus contractors prior to the Christmas break. And at that point, the administration and PASBO has put together analysis of the RFP. And the analysis includes some very important parts. First of all, a financial review, certainly a very important part of the service that's provided to make sure we get the best bang for the buck for the district and the community, but also a review of the services, which included the safety program that we talked about in the proposal, the training program that was talked about in the program. And we also asked in the RFP for all the contractors to provide detail of their maintenance program that's used for all vehicles. In addition to that, there were also reference checks, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. So the two finalists then at that point, which was Levy and First Student, were interviewed by the board committee, as well as representatives from the district administration at the building level, but also at the central office level, including building principals and folks involved in special education as well, and central administrators, superintendent, assistant superintendents, and so forth. So we did interview both of the two final contractors to give them an opportunity to tell us about their programs, again, their services that they would provide to the families and the children of the Quakertown School District. In addition to that, references were checked. The references were not just checked by, for example, the central office, but we included building principals, the business office, special ed folks, and also the superintendent level to check references. We thought it was important to get a perspective from a wide variety of folks at the districts where these services are provided at that point. In addition to that, then, analysis was reviewed with the board committee on March 3rd. And at that point, and we're still in the process of doing follow-up for clarification on different items with the contractors. In fact, just yesterday, we got some additional clarification points that we're reviewing, and then we'll provide further information on at that point. I mentioned earlier the matrix that will be used to evaluate the proposals. Certainly cost is very important, but not the only important thing, right? It's also important that we look at the previous experience, which includes the overall service record that has been provided by the contractor, their safety record. There are safety standards and the ability to compare safety records for this type of service, not only in the Commonwealth, but throughout the entire country. How their maintenance of vehicles, both their history of it, but also in their proposals, the information they provided about the maintenance of their vehicles. And then finally, as I mentioned earlier, also the driver training programs that we requested for them to provide details. So you'll see 35% for the cost of proposal, 20% for the service, 15% safety record, 15% maintenance of vehicles, and 50% driver training program is the matrix that we ultimately will be using to evaluate the proposal of the two finalists. Just want to briefly share some of the highlights of the service overview between the two finalists. First of all, as you know, Levy is a local business, as you know, provided service to the Quakertown community, the school district, and the children and families of the community for 94 years. Very important tradition. They have an established depot in the community. First Student has numerous local contracts. And they also do plan to purchase property for a depot inside the Quakertown community. They did mention in one of the items we were trying to get further clarification on, that the maintenance of their vehicles would be done at a depot located in Allentown. It's a central maintenance hub they have for vehicles in the area. But we did clarify with them that none of the associated travel for those maintenance would not be incurred and would not be in a district expense at that point. Also, point number 2 for Levy is that the average age of the fleet, this is what we asked for in the proposal, would be 5 years, not to exceed 10 years. In addition, Levy, in the clarification process of the proposal, did come back and say that they would buy an average of 10 new buses each year. For Student, on the other hand, and they have proposed that they would provide an entire new fleet of vehicles. Originally, in their original proposal, they were proposing gasoline vehicles, and they have then in clarification said that they would provide an entire new fleet of diesel buses at that point. Levy, in their proposal, noted that they would hire additional 2.5 full-time equivalent employees to support the program, including a full-time safety training person added to their existing staff. In addition to that, in clarification with First Student, in addition to the staff that they said they would provide, they then also said they would add a full-time staff member as well to help with on-site training and so forth of drivers. I mentioned to you some of the items that we listed in the proposal, such as strobe lights on top of the bus, the speaker systems, the GPS, and those systems. Levy in their pricing offered those to the district in kind of an a la carte pricing system. It'd be a per vehicle cost for each of those items. So a good bit of work then to put those pricing in place in their proposal, while First Student then included the items that were in proposal in their base bid, all the items that we requested as part of the RFP. So I just want to share some of these items with you. A very important part, obviously, is a financial review. Both of the finalists have been given an opportunity for further clarify, as we talked about. And the process has been a good process. So, for example, one of the contractors came back and said, we thought that the cost of a performance bond would be an additional cost. And I said, no, it's not. It's a reduction of the cost if the district chooses not to require a performance bond. So there's numerous items that allows the contractors, both contractors, to clarify their proposals for us to go back and ask questions, clarifying questions to provide more detail. In fact, just yesterday, we got additional clarifying proposals on information that we asked for them to provide additional information, such as I already shared. One of the items was First Student would the district have to incur any of the cost involved in taking their vehicles out of the district for maintenance, and they came back to say no. So there's numerous clarifying questions such as that that we've been working with the contractors for. So we are in the process now of putting together a final financial analysis that we will prepare and also post publicly for everyone to see. We think that's very important to be transparent in the whole process, and that we expect to have completed the week of March 15th. I do want to share some of the results of the interviews and the reference checks. And again, in the interview process involved committee members from the board, also district and building level administrators in this process of doing the interviews. This is when the two finalists had an opportunity to present their programs to the board. So this using, after hearing the questions, and each contractor, we spent about an hour, slightly more, with each one asking questions, asking them the same questions to provide information on their proposal. And here is how the evaluations came out. And again, I know this PowerPoint will be posted for public view as well, so you can see the information. But you'll see, again, the weighting of previous experience, safety record, maintenance of vehicles, driver training program, and you'll see then the evaluation weighting that was done by the folks, everyone involved then in the interview process. Now, again, in addition to this, I want to remind you that a major factor that's not on this evaluation rubric yet is the financial analysis. The financial analysis is underway and will be completed next week. Again, we wanted to let you know that overall reference checks were positive for both contractors. So here's where we are now. The recommendation and analysis will be provided for public posting prior to the March 25th board meeting. At that point, again, so the public is aware of all the documents in terms of PowerPoint that we're presenting here, recommendations that we'll be having at that point prior to the board meeting. We continue to work to clarify the proposals and with both finalists and compare and finalize financial data that we have. PASBO will, and this will be certainly up to the board to accept a recommendation or not, but PASBO will make a recommendation to the administration and the board's transportation committee the week of March 15th. It is only it's only a recommendation, but it's based on our experience as well then as the evaluations throughout the process. We do want to share this with you though. And this also is typically a recommendation of the Auditor General, but we recommend, highly recommend, that the district employs a full-time transportation director to serve as a liaison with the contractor and with the families. Typically, school districts have an internal transportation director to do routing, which we're recommending would happen in year 2 once they get acclimated to the existing program and routing. but also then to serve as a liaison between building principals and special ed directors to make sure and help with driver training programs, to help with perhaps positive behavior programs with children and the bus company, but to really help bridge that gap between the district and the contractor. We believe that there will be a much positive impact by the district hiring a full-time transportation director at that point. And we've had much experience with that being a very positive and in fact, a cost-effective measure, because one of the reasons the Auditor General recommends it is so the district then is responsible for the routing process. And there's no unintended, even perhaps right or wrong, that there's no unintended possibility that the routing may not be the most cost-effective routing possible. So it really is a best practice for school districts to have a liaison in that manner and also to provide routing. Okay, with that, I appreciate your time and I'm certainly happy to take any of your questions.
I saw one difference in the table of results that had, something out of something, and the out of somethings were different between the two. Was it because of the number of people that attend? Like, what was the out of something based on that they were different between the two proposals?
Not sure I understand the question, Mr. Kern, but it might have been the number of people involved in the evaluation process. I think there
That's what I
was
gonna
one case.
guess. Yeah.
Yes, there was one case when a person had to leave earlier and couldn't do the second evaluation. Thank you. Good question.
Oh, goofy idea. What if we hired both to do different schools or routes or tiers or whatever? I know
What's
that
the thought
changes the
process
RFP,
behind
but-
that?
What's that?
What is the thought process behind that?
Redundancy and being able to compare.
That would be a different RFP, John.
He said that. I think he did.
I think that's a really, thank you for all your work, Wayne. We really appreciate it. I think you did a really great job. And I look forward to seeing the final numbers. And of course, when you did the scoring and you showed the scoring, that was out of a possible 100, right? So 55.
That's correct.
Yeah, right. Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Is there like a baseline on that or like a standard that we can like benchmark?
There's not, and that's because everybody evaluates differently. Some people, if somebody's great, they give them a 5 out of 10, and other people give them a 10 out of 10. So
So like,
yes.
we don't even know what the questions are though. And so like, again, that score is kind of relative to what? So I'm scratching my head as to what that score, it doesn't mean anything to me.
Gotcha. Well, we can provide those questions that we ask. I think that's something that would be good to do. But basically, the questions followed exactly the evaluation. So, for example, the question was, tell us about, how your training program for bus drivers and working with special needs children. I mean, it was that simple. Tell us about the maintenance of vehicles program and your safety record, for example. So, they were very directly related to the evaluation.
It would just be really helpful for me if you could forward that along for me, those specific questions.
Yep,
if they
absolutely.
exist. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you're essentially talking about the technical evaluation matrix. What was it? What were they asking for safety and for the other items? So that's what
I think it's good context to have, and I think it's a fair question.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah.
I did have a question then as well about the district hiring their own transportation coordinator or director. In looking at other districts, those tend to be pretty costly administrative positions. And I don't know if that's when they have their own bus services in there. But, there's one thing when districts are looking to cut costs that no parent ever complains about, and it's, reducing standardized testing or administrative positions. So, adding one on, just adds another minimum of $100,000 onto either contract at any time.
It could be a role. It
Right,
might not
like,
be a hire.
We need one of something else for Gary to do, right? Where's Gary? I'm just kidding. No.
No, I don't think it's going to cost. I mean, at least as far as I know, I'm not sure that the cost of that is going to reach threshold?
Is that a full-time equivalent necessary or shared responsibility?
Zach?
There's very few absolutes, I will tell you. And I'm always very careful in absolutes. But I can almost absolutely promise you there will be a return on investment in that position, both qualitatively from your experience that your families have when they have concerns related to anything related to transportation service, needs to change service quickly because of daycare perhaps issues or somebody sick in the family. In addition to that, my absolute is when you take internal routing in-house, in addition, we, in our proposals in the contract, will also have the ability, for example, if you add a special needs student who needs transportation outside the district, it'll be something that a person in-house who has time can actually look for a variety of services and people to provide those services at the best rate. So my experience, and I have a great deal of experience in the transportation area, it will be a return on investment that will exceed your investment.
Now, we have been penalized in the past, I believe, for improperly, what was it, designate or
It was during the audit, sir.
yes, during our state audits for improperly counting miles for special needs student transportation. And is that something that our in-house transportation coordinator would take over then?
They will serve, it's a good question. Thank you, Chris. They will serve as a liaison with the bus company to make sure that they're receiving and checking regularly that the paperwork that they're getting, the mileage sheets and the record keeping for subsidy that they will need. So it's an important position. They need to be well versed on subsidy record keeping, understanding the very complicated state subsidy. Also, we talk a lot about expenses in transportation. There's another very important part of it, and that is ability to maximize the subsidy that you receive from the state. So a person who's well-trained not only will help you maintain expenses, and Chris, maintain the proper paperwork and documentation required from the bus company in order to be prepared for the audits, but then also to maximize the subsidy. And I think there is an opportunity to increase your subsidy as well.
I got the impression you also insinuated that that individual could act as a parental liaison.
Absolutely.
So a parent of a student on a bus wouldn't call the district, they would call that person who would act as a liaison.
Correct. Understand the issue, perhaps work with the building principal, work with the special education director, work with the bus company to make sure the child's needs are met.
Can they drive a snowplow too? We'd like our administrators to be able to help with that, right?
I'll let
Show
that
up
up to
early
Dr.
to
Harner.
shovel.
I'll let that
Dr.
up.
Harner may have to get off his snowplow.
Also fun.
I have, sir.
Fun
I've been
fact.
retired.
Fun fact, school districts are not required to provide busing. So this is an extra expense that we go to help make it easier for the kids to get to our schools.
I think that's an important point, John. And that was something that was surprising to me when I joined the board. I wasn't aware that busing was not required, and it is very important, obviously. And one thing I want to note is we know that the gravity of this decision, and we are not taking it lightly. We have met several times. I have to thank Wayne. Your professionalism, your knowledge has been top notch, hands down. Great job. So there are so many moving pieces to this. We still don't have final numbers on the proposals, and this is no doubt going to be a tough decision, and we want to maintain our drivers regardless of who we decide. And I know that there's a lot of comments out there, and there's a lot of emotion that's involved in this. So ultimately, we would just want to make the decision that is best for our kids, for our district. We want to go with, it's hard in these type of decisions to not get caught up in the emotion of it. And I think that's probably one of the more difficult things that we do as school board members is separate the emotion from the data and for what's best. And so we haven't as a board made any decisions, and this is the first time this is being presented to the board as a whole. And there's still a lot more that we have to go through. And so I do want to assure the public that that, no decision has been made. And we look forward to having more discussion in regards to the final proposals that are to come.
Are there any rules around low bidder type, or is this
Now,
not subject to that?
now the procurement, these are proposals. Yes, it's a good question. Thank you, John.
Yep.
Before I leave, I want to share this with you, and I feel it's very important. As Dr. Hartner said, I've been in school business over 35 years, and I get to hundreds of schools. And two things. First of all, just being involved with your redistricting process as well. I'm so impressed with your board and your community and the engagement of the board and the community together. Well done. That doesn't always happen. You should all be proud of that, both the board and the community. And secondly, you have one heck of a young man business manager.
We know it.
Yes.
We're not letting him go anywhere.
I interact with hundreds of business managers, and it's really been a pleasure to get to know Zach and work with Zach. He is outstanding in every way possible. So don't lose them, because they're hard to find and replace.
Thank you. We know that. We
Apparently he
love
lives
us
up
some
the
Zach.
We do know that. Zach, how much did you pay him for that? I like that.
All right, guys. Well, thank you. I look forward to meeting you with you again soon.
Thank you so much, Wayne.
Thank you for your
Thank
time.
you, Wayne.
Thank you, Wayne. Have a good night.
You too. Thank you.
Safe travels home.
All right. Thanks, Doc.
Go feed them
Thank you.
chicken.
I will. I'll take care of it.
Okay, up next is Mr. V. I wanted to have the high school principal talk about what he and his team and his students are thinking about for graduation. Graduation time is right around the corner. Matt, you're up.
Thank you so much, Dr. Harner, and thank you for having me tonight. And a fun conversation to have, and I'll be here before we know it, I'm sure. So I had an opportunity this week to meet with some of our senior class advisors, as well as the student representatives of the senior class. Obviously, we haven't talked to the whole group just yet. So these plans and these ideas are very, very preliminary. It is March. At this time last year, we were not even thinking about planning graduation just yet. So I feel like we're a little bit ahead of the game, but these ideas will become more and more clear in the coming weeks, and I'll keep you posted. So the one thing we did want to communicate is the date here. So the date for graduation, we're looking at June 18th. Which is the last Friday of the school year. The school year officially ends on June 21st, but that last Friday would be June 18th. We'll shortly send a save the date out for everybody. And the time is not yet set, and the reason for that I will show on the next slide. So, but we're going to take a look at this. So last week, I had an opportunity with some of the student leaders and one of the representatives of the senior class advisor group to attend a graduation summit. The summit was held by the IUs of Bucks County, Chester County, Delaware County, and Montgomery County, and representatives from each of the high schools were present there to brainstorm ideas for graduation. The good news was that almost every one of the ideas that was posed there was something that we had done last year. The bad news with that is that somehow we need to top that for our students this year. Very loud and clear from the student representatives there that, they too have missed out on so much, where we felt so bad for our seniors last year for not having a lot of activities and wanted to highlight their achievements. The same ends up being true for this upcoming group. So we need to make sure that we do right by them and make this a very special event for them. I think from last year too, our students were very clear. The parade is something they would want again. So I think last year that became almost an instant tradition. And moving forward, I think this was a neat event where the whole community came together. The student had requested that we do the parade before graduation this year, due to some students may having plans after graduation on June 18th. So we're looking at a tentative date for that on June 16th, and then our diploma pickup will be on June 21st. On the next slide, I have just put some numbers together based on the governor's order. So Mr. Kuzo, if you could, yep, thank you. And so these numbers are looking at the capacity of our alumni field. And we're looking at possibility of having all 400 students graduate at the same time, or doing it in 2 ceremonies of 200 each. And the number one request from our students, which came through both in the graduation summit as well as the conversation with our student representatives of the high school, was that they would want to graduate together as one big group. They did not like the idea of having 2 separate ceremonies. And one of the comments that was made, and all reps actually agreed with, was that we would like to graduate as a full group together, even if that means that our parents can't be there.
Mr. V, can I just say one thing real quick? I'm looking at those numbers, and I just want to speak to, I would imagine those numbers are going to change between now and June. Are you considering that?
Yes, I'll go into that in just a second as well. And so the 20% right now is the current governor's order for outside events. I projected to 25 as well. In order for that to increase even further, we need to be almost at 30 to 40% of that of the total capacity of the stadium. I have separated the capacity into 3 groups here, where the visiting side of Alumni Field would be at a capacity of 1,000, a regular capacity of 1,000. The home side would be a regular capacity of 2,100, and then there's a field capacity as well. And so this is purely based on the number of people that will be in the stands at the 20% or 25% of that regular capacity. And you're correct, as that capacity changes, increases, the number of tickets obviously is going to go up. Currently we're at 25%. I just projected here to 25% as well. But yes, you're correct. If that goes to 35 or 40%, then we would be able to give out more tickets. I was talking about the students' wishes to just be all together, even if that meant that their parents were not going to be there. My challenge to them was that they might want to talk to their parents before they say that to me, because it's not just a milestone in their lives, but it's obviously a big milestone in the lives of their parents as well. And so what we're looking to do, and I'd said to the students, I would challenge them to, out of respect for their parents, at least have that dialogue with them and gather their thoughts as well. And so in the next few days, probably in the beginning of next week, we will send out some surveys, both to our student population as well as our parents, and just kind of gather their thoughts to see what everyone is thinking. Should we have one event, we're looking at a 7 p.m. Graduation, likely. If we are looking at 2 separate events at 200 each, then we are possibly thinking of doing a 10 a.m. Ceremony and then a 4 p.m. ceremony to kind of get around the hottest part of the day, because June 18th can possibly be a very hot day in the summer. One of the students actually proposed, can we possibly take a look at the outside venue of Lehigh? We did reach out to them. The outside venue at Lehigh is currently also not being rented out yet, the outside organization, so it would not be available to us right now. That might change by end of April or May, but that is cutting things very close. There are other considerations when it comes to cost. Obviously, with rain dates, it might become problematic if we need to book the venue for multiple dates to allow for rain dates. So that needs to kind of be a part of the contract, as well as any type of AV sound systems that would need to be rented, because they will be rain or shine. They will not allow for rain days. So they need to be booked on multiple days. So there are some other considerations there. The best bet, obviously, is our own venue, because it gives us the flexibility for having rain dates without incurring additional cost. Some other items that we were able to have right now. One, we were able to secure a stage for the event. So the stage has been rented, and the deposit has been made for that. We figured that after that graduation summit, there would probably be a rush for stages by all the high schools that are trying to do outside events this year. And so we were able to secure that. So that is all set. The event will be live streamed for free for all to see. So any community members who are not able to attend will be able to live stream the event. We set a rain date for the parade. Again, it was all tentative for June 16th. The rain date will be June 17th, and rain dates for graduation will be Saturday, June 19th. And then if that doesn't work out, it will be Monday, June 21st. And should it be really terrible, we just continue to move that day by day. But those are the initial rain dates for that. And then planning for a unique experience. We're absolutely trying to make this unique for our students. We are well aware that this is a similar position that we are in as last year, when we felt so bad for our seniors last year. This current group has lost so much as well, and we just want to make it very special for them, and we're going to make it very special. I feel confident about that. So that's it in a nutshell for now. We will be sending out save the dates shortly, and we will continue to speak with our students as well as the surveys that are going out to our families shortly.
Does anybody rent extra stadium seats temporarily? But, you know,
I can tell you, we did rent 550 chairs for on the field.
yeah, I meant like the risers.
I have not looked into that just yet.
Yeah, either.
So is the PNC Center not renting out any at all, even if we were all going to book the whole venue and come in at like 25% of the indoor venue? Could we not do that?
The initial plan for us was Stabler.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, and Stabler actually is currently not renting anything out through the end of May and has not made a decision on June. And so they are not willing to go into a contract with any outside vendor at this time.
Would there be limits to parents viewing the parade along that route that you would anticipate? I know it was hard to secure that and keep parents away last time, but overall it seemed, I wasn't there, I couldn't attend last year, but overall it seemed, from what I heard, it to be pretty orderly, even with extra people showing up.
Yeah, last year we did not impose limits on the people who would attend. We did impose limits on the number of cars that were in the parade, to 1 per student. And then because of the COVID restrictions last year, we only had, I believe, a parent in the car with the student, but there were no limits on the audience along the route.
Sounds like it'll be fun, and I'll nominate Dave Ochmanowitz to do the fireworks if you want.
I will say the parents seem to be really, I was watching, of course, because it was, notable at the moment. People were keeping their distance from one another and stuff, and, they were being respectful. They were kind of clustered on the curbs and stuff, but, people were definitely being mindful of one another. I think that was good. Hopefully we can hope for more of the same.
It was a fun tradition. I think that the parades, they're going to go down as probably a tradition that we're going to carry going forward. I think, it seemed to make things extra special. And I agree. When you think about the seniors from last year, they did have some normalcy at some point of the year. And these seniors are facing an even greater burden with their entire year being different and not of a normal year. So I'm glad to see that we're taking care and that we're trying to do our best to celebrate these students. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Matt. Jason, you're up.
Yeah, I'd promote him, but I don't. Oh, there he is. Somebody found him.
Am I on?
The radio
You're on.
announcer.
All right. Hello, everybody. I'm going to talk about our Student of the Month, Outstanding Student of the Month this evening. We have some excellent individuals here that I'm going to read off. I also have I asked the students to put a little PowerPoint together just to give you a better idea. I know 2 individuals are going to be here with us tonight, I believe, if we can get them in, but want to first let you know that we're going to do this each semester. I know we had Madeline LaBanche in September, so I don't want to forget about her. She was our Outstanding Student of the Month for the month of September. And now we're looking at October, November, December, and January. So this is our whole first semester of the school year. And then at the end here in spring, we will talk about the other students. But junior class has been knocking out of the park. So the first one we're going to start off with is Micah Reinfold. He is a junior and he's our October Student of the Month. I'm not sure if Joe can bring that up to kind of show you a little bit about it.
Unless his name's something different, he's not showing up in the list, but I did bring Isaac in.
How about the PowerPoint? Do you have that at all that I share with you? The second page. So a lot of students are working and have some things in the evening, but they did take the time, and you can just see all the different things that they're involved with, and not only just outside of school, inside of school. So Micah right now carries a 4.1964 GPA. I mean, just an excellent student. You can see he works. Penn Builders Incorporated. He's a ski instructor, works at the East Swamp Church Middle School Ministry, and is involved with athletics as well. So just top-notch individuals that got nominated. Miss Waddell, calculus teacher, nominated Micah for this award. We also want to recognize Bill and the Rotary Club in Quakertown. I think they're out there now listening. They again were generous enough to provide a $100 gift certificate to all our outstanding students of the month. So we're really just blessed and thankful for that. I know the students have written them a thank you letter. Normally we are at Spinnerstown for a nice dinner, and they get to see these students with their families and just learn about what's going on in the school and the things that are going well and what's going to happen next for these great students. But Micah, again, is our outstanding student for October. If we can take a look at November, you have Yuli Zaveta, and she is also a junior. Now, one thing that's really unique about this young lady here, she speaks 4 languages. So she is English, Russian, Spanish, and Mandarin. Right now, she's learning Mandarin. So again, just another great student. Her GPA currently is 4.2963. She loves leadership opportunities. That's her big thing right now. Miss Henry, one of our school counselors, was the individual who nominated her for Outstanding Student of the Month. But you can see all the different things that they're involved with, not only in our building, but outside of our building. So another great individual that unfortunately couldn't be with us this evening. We move on to December, and we have Anna Zhang. Anna is our Outstanding Student of the Month. You can see she is a tennis player for the girls tennis team. She's also, which is funny how she put that in there, she's our social media manager. So she gets out there and communicates everything through the social media aspect. She's also an FBLA advisor, works with the FBLA Mandarin Club. Her family owns a local restaurant, which she manages. This individual carries a GPA of a 4.1481 GPA. Mrs. Frisch nominated Anna and said some great things: respectful, completes all work on time, positive attitude. And Anna is one of our virtual students as well. So you hear some of the positives, negatives here and there, but this individual is one that does not miss, I should say, a Google Meet, is there all the time, on time, still collaborating through the virtual site and our Canvas platforms and things like that. So just doing excellent work, all A's, as all these students do this evening. They all have A's. It's just they're off the charts with what they're doing, success in school, outside of school as well. So again, that's Anna. And then we're going to finish up with one of our seniors. And you might know this young man. The January Outstanding Student of the Month is Isaac Detweiler. That name is pretty familiar with the Quakertown community, as his father is one of our school counselors. So I think we're going to turn it over to Isaac and let him talk a little bit about maybe what's going on as one of our seniors. And we just talked about graduation and things like that. So maybe he can shed a little light for the audience here. But if we can get Isaac in, that would be great.
Yeah, I think, can you hear me?
Yeah, Isaac.
Awesome. Okay. I didn't really prepare too much to speak tonight, other than, well, just as a senior, I guess I'll say that I think going into this year, we knew it was going to be different, and that's okay. And I think it's been cool to see how people have kind of rallied together as a senior class, and just as all the classes, just to work to protect one another. We have a really awesome community at Quakertown, and I think the senior class, I'm just really thankful for senior class that I think we all kind of, we respect each other, and we understand that things can be different, and that's okay, and we push through it. So I'm thankful for that. I also just wanted to say like a massive thank you to all the teachers, administrators, all the bus drivers, everyone that's working behind the scenes, because like, man, like even, I've been sitting here at this school board meeting for a little bit here, which is totally fine. It's been very interesting. But you really just get a feel for how much work goes behind the scenes. It's a lot of stuff. And, from a student, like, I just want to say thank you for all the work that you guys do. Because we don't always think about that. I definitely don't always think about that. But we are truly, truly thankful for the work that you guys do, and putting into making people's opinions heard, and choosing what's best for everyone, really. I mean, that's the overall job of the school board, and we're thankful for it. And yeah, I just want to thank you guys for that, because you play such a quintessential role in all of this, whether it's planning graduation, whether it's looking to next year, and what we're going to do. Just everything. So thank you. And I guess the only other thing I have to say is definitely thank you to the Rotary Club. Super generous gift to all the outstanding students of the month, which I'm just really thankful for. I know personally, I had like a week that I got taken off of work because I had like a college weekend that was rescheduled because of some snow and stuff. So I was just like blessed by that. I was very thankful for that. That came at like it was a cool way to, I lost a week of work, but I was able to get a generous gift from that. And I'm just really thankful for that. So I want to thank them. And I'm also going to be writing them a letter later tonight, to send off. But yes, so I think that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Awesome, Isaac. Thank you. Hey, and it just shows you how strong our school is. Isaac is number 27 in a senior class, and he carries a GPA. You ready for this? 4.2317. So just a tremendous student. Isaac, where do you plan on going next year? What's the future here for you?
So I'm looking at 3 different schools. I definitely know that God has called me to Christian college. I want to go to Cedarville University, Liberty University, or Cairn University. So I'm looking at all 3 of those. Not totally sure yet. Got some things pending out financially that I got to figure out, and definitely a lot of prayer involved in that. And yeah, so I don't know yet, but I do know that I want to go into music. I want to do composition and or production somewhere in that kind of route. So yeah.
Great. You all see Isaac carrying his instrument around, so good stuff. Thank you again. And
Isaac,
thank you
I think if I could just add a quick, Isaac, I think I saw you perform at East Swamp. Wasn't it Daniel in the Lion's Den?
Danny and the Shacks.
That's it. Yes. Mitchell Landis is actually my nephew.
Oh wow, Mitch.
Yes. I remember you did an outstanding performance. Both of you guys did. So you're very talented, and I'm glad to see that you're doing so well.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
I'll have to tell Mitchell that I saw you on here.
Yeah.
Isaac, weren't you in the Milford Players playing in Beauty and the Beast?
I was actually.
I remember that like it was yesterday, but you were half the size.
Yeah,
that's where I remember him too, actually, to tell you the truth.
You remember your lines there, young sir?
Sorry?
Do you remember any of your songs there?
Come on, Gaston.
He was classic. He played the big guy.
Yeah, I think I had more muscles in that play than I do now. So
thank you very much. We're all very proud of you. And thank you, Jason.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good night. Up next is health and safety plan discussions, one for the district's plan, and then the other one, followed on by with Nancy and Sylvia talking about the athletic health and safety plan, which has a lot of folks interested in. Thank you.
Okay, Joe, if you want to pull up the presentation. Scare people. So even though there's lots of slides in this, there's only a couple we're going to talk about. Okay, I think Melissa talked about our updated data, which is the first couple slides. So we'll just jump to slide 4 and cut to the chase about what's new. First, as I think you're already aware, the travel orders were rescinded, and they were we implemented those in our plan in accordance with the governor's order. And so therefore we no longer have any quarantine requirements for staff or students related to travel. And since that was based on the order and not your approval of a plan, we were able to implement that right away. The capacity limits for indoor and outdoor events were also modified. So our capacity calculations were modified the date that became effective. And then the third thing that I would like you to take action on tonight is we, as you know, and perhaps not sure how aware the public is, the state is making great progress in getting adults vaccinated. And we expect that all of our school personnel, all of our staff, aides and custodians and bus drivers, whether they're contracted or employed with us, will have the opportunity to be vaccinated by approximately the end of this month or the beginning of April. That process has already started, spearheaded by the IU, which is doing amazing logistical work in managing this process for all of the school districts in Bucks County. But accordingly, now we need to look at our quarantine guidance to make sure that it matches the CDC and the Pennsylvania Department of Health as it relates to both vaccinated individuals and to individuals that have contracted COVID and recovered. And so, Joe, I think it's the next slide. Okay, so this is the guidance for people who have been vaccinated. So once you've completed a vaccination series, if it's the Moderna or Pfizer vaccine, that's the 2-dose regimen, or the J&J vaccine is the single dose. Once you are 14 days beyond receiving your second dose, so that you're fully vaccinated, and you're within 3 months of receiving the last dose. So initially they set the period of time at 90 days. Everything that I've read suggests that they are certainly going to extend that going forward. They just don't have the data yet to be able to say exactly how long the vaccines are effective. And an important point, as long as the individual remains asymptomatic. So if someone develops symptoms of COVID, then this wouldn't apply. But otherwise, there would no longer be a quarantine requirement for people that fall in this category.
Well, since we only have 60 some days left in the year, that should cover us to the end of the year then, correct?
That is absolutely correct. So that was very good math, Mr. Spear. Next slide, please. Okay, so the same thing can apply to someone who has recovered from COVID, because there is the assumption that there is immunity for some period of time. So the recommendation would be to change the rules for both groups, people who are vaccinated and people who have tested positive for COVID, for that 90-day period, which, as Mr. Spear pointed out, gets us to the end of the school year. And again, regardless of vaccination status, if you're showing symptoms of COVID, then you still need to isolate and be tested. But assuming you don't have any symptoms, then that will take some big chunks of quarantine requirements that will no longer be necessary. So, okay, so that is we would recommend that you approve that change to the health and safety plan. And then, as always, we'll continue to monitor our own data going forward, and then adjust as required if there are any new orders and mandates, although hopefully we are entering a point in time where those will start to be reduced as opposed to needing to be increased. And I feel like I have to put a little plug in on the health and safety plan and masking and social distancing. It's not the right time, and this is, I guess, as much more for the public than the board. It's not the right time to stand down in terms of our vigilance about those things. So we can see the light at the end of the tunnel, and if we can just stay the course, for a little while longer, I think things will start to be able to be more normal. So that is I think the next slide just says questions. Oh, no. Oh, sorry. Okay. There's one other thing I wanted to tell you about. The attestation process. I thought it was good to just show everybody, we've only lost 5 instructional days to COVID-related closures since the attestation process went into effect at the beginning of December. So we're doing really well at keeping up with contact tracing, thanks to our nurses, keeping up with deep cleaning requirements, thanks to our custodial and facility staff, and managing the process and the communications and all those things, so that we're really taking advantage of weekends, holidays, things like that, to really minimize the amount of time that we lose to live instruction. So we had some days lost in December. January, we had none, and we had 1 in February. And as we sit today, we look pretty good for March so far. So I just, kudos to the nurses, as Mrs. Mitchell said earlier, and to our custodial and facility staff, because their hard work and doing all this stuff at 10 o'clock at night and midnight and whatever else is what is allowing us to to open and continue to provide live instruction for our kids with minimal interruption. So just wanted to give a shout out to them. So now I think it probably just says questions, or there you go. Okay, so that is our recommendation for this evening, to make those changes to our plan.
Questions for Nancy? Okay, Sylvia, Joe, would you promote her up and talk briefly about
She should be on her way.
Okay. As a long walk.
So just real quick, in case I missed it, those who have already had COVID are not going. I think you did cover this, but just to clarify, those who have already had COVID, if they're considered a close contact, as long as they are not exhibiting symptoms, then they would not be required to quarantine.
Correct. So there would no longer be any quarantine requirement if you had, proof of a positive test in the last 90 days, or if you've been vaccinated, you would no longer be required to quarantine.
Thank you.
And Sylvia is here. Do you want to talk briefly about the health and safety plan?
Yes, thank you. The plan for the spring sports was developed using the recommendations from the PIAA, and they get their recommendation from the Secretary of Health's order, which went into effect November 18th. So I developed the plan using PIAA and the Secretary of Health's order. I know there have been some questions regarding Dr. Damsker's letter that he put out for Bucks County, but currently we're using what the state has given us.
Well, one of the things I had done earlier was I sent a matrix to all the board members of all the teams that Sylvia provided it to me, so I shared it with you all. That was a matrix of all the teams that we play, what they're across all of our spring sports, and so you can see almost all of them will recognize us if we wear masks and follow the PIAA guidance and the DOH's order. Interestingly, the Monco school districts, I think to every district, Sylvia, they're wearing masks like we are. 3 of the districts in the county are wearing masks like we are. Others have, at least at this point, will honor wearing masks when they play us. I believe that's correct, Sylvia?
That's correct. There's one Montgomery County school, which is Souderton, who is choosing not to mask during activity. The rest are Bucks County schools.
Okay.
And we have agreement among the athletic directors and the schools that if one team has to mask in order not to lose games, the other team would mask as well.
So I just want to clarify, should we save discussion and deliberation for this for when we vote? Or is that something that do you recommend that's something that the board should take on at this time? Dr. Horner?
Thank you. I think it would be really good to take it on right now. I have a lot of, I'm sure you have a lot of people in the audience are very much interested. I know you spoke to me about that, so another board member, so I think it'd be good.
Okay, good. So my first question would be to, I guess, the administration is because there is obviously a difference between what Dr. Damsker is recommending versus, and I think there's also some confusion based on what the PIAA is recommending and the interpretation of what they're recommending. If you could also clarify for me, let me just make sure I understand correctly. So from what my information, from what I am being told, currently Central Bucks, Neshaminy, Bensalem, Pennsbury, Penridge, Palisades are all opting to not mask during competitions. Is that your understanding?
And,
Is that question directed at me?
And CB East and Council Rock, South, North, CB West, they're all no's. CB South, they're all no's. Yeah, Penrich, yeah, you're right. From the table that we have.
Yeah. So because I think that we're talking, I don't know why, I guess we're talking about Montgomery County because we play against them as well. So it seems like majority of Bucks County districts are adhering to Dr. Damsker's recommendations. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am. The majority.
Okay. So it sounds like the administration's recommendation is to not follow that recommendation from Dr. Damsker. And I'm just wondering what evidence-based research is prompting that recommendation.
Because Dr. Damsker hasn't provided any evidence for his recommendation, and the State Department of Health has said do it, and the BIAA has said do it. And one thing, Sylvia, I think we didn't talk about, lacrosse does not have to mask, boys and girls lacrosse, because they have mouth guards, correct?
It was boys lacrosse because of the mouth guard and the helmet.
Okay, so the girls lacrosse have to mask.
Correct, according to, yes.
Thank you.
Well, that seems really silly to me.
Yeah,
Keith, can you weigh in, and then Jenny? Keith, weigh
I'd
in,
like to ask a
please.
question.
And please, because since you have a medical background, and I feel like you're more qualified on this topic than likely most of us here, can you please weigh in on your thoughts, and then I'll get to you, Jenny.
Yeah, I mean, I think the rational mind would suggest that, because they're wearing a helmet that's open and a guard that's guarding their teeth, that they're less likely to transmit than somebody who's not. I think it's a silly concept. Likewise, I feel that the mask on a field that's open to the environment is not the place where a spread is going to take place. And so I kind of agree. I think that my understanding is Dr. Damsker actually does have data that would support that there's very little spread on athletic fields. And he's had that for a long period of time. I mean, he's been tracking this since day one. And a lot of his recommendations have come true, right? We've been successful as a school district listening to and taking some guidance from our local public health officials. So I feel, very strongly that, these kids would be relatively safe. I say that with the notion that what we have done as a school district has been a little bit conservative, but we've been methodical in the way we've approached this pandemic, which has kept our kids and schools open. So I do applaud us for doing that.
Jenny, you had some comments. Thank you, Keith.
Well, my question was, why is there a difference if the women's or girls, I should say, lacrosse players are wearing mouth guards? Why do they have to wear a mask too, and the boys do not? What's the thought behind that?
Sylvia, I'll ask you to answer.
Did they both wear helmets?
In the state recommendation, the helmet was the difference.
Oh, the helmet was the difference. Okay.
Now the helmets, do they have a face shield? Or is it just metal?
It's metal. I mean,
there's no
you could add a
plastic.
face shield, but that's not how normally the helmets are.
Is the requirement to have a shield then at least?
That was not part of the recommendation.
That would be logical to me. I don't know why they wouldn't require that.
So one of the things I think that we have to be mindful about when these recommendations come into play is that we have to be skeptical and we have to question them. Because what we've seen from day one when it came to reopening schools was a lot of the recommendations that were handed down from the top authorities, from, all the way up till the CDC, the state. We went against what a lot of the districts were doing at the time. And I feel we were leaders because we did, as a board, we questioned a lot of the logic behind these decisions. And I think that's the same thing that we have to do when it comes to sports. I think that we can't take recommendations without questioning the logic behind them. And so from my understanding, because I did ask Dr. Damsker some difficult questions. And I said, look, I'm going to push back. And I want to ask you, how do you know that infield transmissions are not occurring if people are wearing masks currently? And he responded with, we have a lot of data actually from different states around the country and also around the world. And also competitions that are occurring where masking is not required. So I do feel like there is evidence, and I want us to make decisions based on evidence and not just blindly following any sort of recommendations. So to me, and I sort of led on to this in my emails to the administration, was I wanted to understand if you all are going to recommend to us that we need to require masking during competitions, what is the evidence of the risk?
Following the PIAA guidance, and which is followed from DOH. And
That's you said that was from November, right?
no, this came out 2 weeks ago, a week ago, Sylvia. This
Well,
is
it's
for
still the
spring
initial
guidance.
mask requirement from November 18th that's still in play now. It hasn't changed.
And they met, the executive committee, the PIAA put out a report. Was it last week, Sylvia?
Last Wednesday to continue.
So what do we feel that all these other districts are feeling confident? I mean, if you look at the list of the districts, the one thing that is interesting is some of these districts have just recently returned to school in school settings. They have been virtual or hybrid, and yet now they are agreeing that masking is not a risk when it comes to competition. So again, I'm gonna pose this back. What makes you so confident that the PIAA recommendations and guidance are a risk? Like, why would we follow that? Do we have a solid understanding of why that poses a risk aside from them recommending it?
I think we've done an extraordinary job, as all of you have just said one time or another tonight or previous times. We have taken a conservative approach with conservative approach to health and safety, but at the same time having our kids in school as many days as we possibly can. And I as Ms. Edwards talked about earlier, I think now is not the time to give up our guard and to do that. I know there's a lot of pressure out there. A lot of people disagree with that position. PIAA supports that position. As a minimum, I don't have the adults that are coaches, that are teachers, that are citizens who come in and coach a lot of our programs. I don't have them vaccinated yet. Their vaccinations will be complete no later than, I believe, middle of April. So if you do decide to go and do decide to not to follow the PIAA directive, but go with the local guidance, I think that's, that would be the wisest approach, is give us 3 more weeks.
Yeah, so what if we did something, because it's all about risk mitigating and balancing, and there is no right or wrong, definitively. So what if we, make sure you're comfortable with that? Like you said, you're almost on the verge of the adults who are the real folks at risk, any older adults, not, not even younger adults. And then I would even suggest I'll just toss it out there for discussion. It's not like it's novel anymore. We've been living this for, it's probably a year anniversary for us.
It is a year anniversary. I had to jump in. Today was the year anniversary.
No,
Today.
the 13th is the day we closed.
Oh, boy.
But when we closed, I'm talking about when the first state started shutting down was today, Washington State.
So
just a fun fact.
So it's not like people are ignorant of it, right? So I would like to put it in the hands of the individuals and the parents. And if you want, if your kids are comfortable, if you're comfortable, it's low risk, and in every situation, like somebody mentioned, if you're out on the field and mixing it up, outstanding, and all right, let's face it, baseball's, my recollection is, you're mostly standing out in the middle of nowhere in the sun. And of course you don't have to exert. So you can wear a mask and it doesn't affect you. But somebody who's at the sidelines, I would say, is there an opportunity to let actual individuals make some decisions that they're comfortable with versus a blanket mandate that says, some kind of specific requirement. Folks can be comfortable, take their mask off, be 6 feet away from someone. I don't know. That's just some ideas that I have. We know enough about it. The risks are fairly well known. We can wait for the adults to get their vaccines, and then we can put it out for more individual freedom to make some decisions.
Yeah, I think, John, that the thing is, when you witness these kids playing, I witnessed it all basketball season. I mean, kids, they have to be able to breathe. I mean, they're pulling their mask away just to catch their breath.
I bet, especially basketball. Yeah.
Yeah, it has been torturous for these kids. Now, granted,
Sure.
Unlike certain states, we're at least allowing the kids to play, whereas other states completely shut it down, like Maryland, from my understanding, is they shut down all scholastic sports. So
yeah, and there you have a cohort that's, it's not like it's mixed up every other day. It's different people. So anyway, I think it's a level of comfort that people might have that could help.
And are they even wearing, to your point, Keith, I've been watching some of the sports online, and the kids are not wearing the mask appropriately when they're competing. They're just not. And who could blame them? They're really struggling to compete as they're wearing the mask. So,
one of the things, Galen, you're right. And I know that in competition, as Keith talked about, they out there in the basketball court, so students are pulling down. As we've been very lucky to have hosted the super regionals, the districts, and the league wrestling championships here. Sylvia, would you talk about a little bit about how that masking went?
The masking went very well. When we hosted what was District 1, all the wrestlers were masked. Did some of them slip down at times during the match? Yes. They were encouraged to keep their masks on. At the super regional, we did have some athletes from District 11 who had medical exemptions and did not wear a mask. That was a small handful. But out of all those tournaments, there was only one reported case of COVID from another school. So 3 weekends, one case.
Well, one case wouldn't be spread then, right? Because one case came in.
Not to mention, you don't even know that it was from the event.
Yeah,
It
no,
wasn't
that's what
from
I
the,
mean.
it wasn't from the event, but we had to contact trace whoever that wrestler had contact with in their match.
Now, Sylvia, what is the
yeah.
season for spring sports? So we know what kind of time frame we're looking at.
Good
right
point. Good. And also, can we talk about the different types of sports that we're speaking of?
We just started this past Monday, with this spring season, which runs basically mid to late May. We have boys and girls lacrosse. We have baseball, softball, boys and girls track, boys volleyball, and boys tennis.
I do have
I
a
have
question then.
on this as well, and I'm gonna credit Mr. Spear on this one. He put in one of his emails the distancing of these sports. Now, some of the ones that you just talked about, by the nature of the sport, the kids are going to be 6 feet apart almost the whole time. Is that part of what has been discussed in any of these regulations or not?
They haven't gone into those details.
Okay.
Obviously, something like singles tennis is a little bit different than lacrosse.
Yeah, but I'm thinking like track. Okay. If the kids are within 6 feet of each other, it's probably not for very long. We're talking probably seconds there. Especially if some of the runners are as slow as me. But
it would depend on the event.
Right. Obviously. I don't know, guys. My general thoughts on this are this. It just seems counterintuitive to me to wear a mask when you're running around and playing sports like this. But I also agree with Dr. Harner that, we've come this far by being somewhat conservative and following a lot of these rules and regulations. So on this one, I'm just really split here,
I'd like to.
I think we have to, talk about transmission rates. I mean, really what we know about this is it's, and why we see a spread is because most people were inside. I mean, that's when these, the bulk of this, if you look at the two humps that took place is when people were indoors. And most of the time it was close household contacts that were giving it to one another. And so I don't think spread is going to be that great on an athletic field where kids are running around. Baseball, kids are spread out more than 6 feet apart. The only thing that I could even fathom is maybe on a volleyball court where you would require them indoors where they're sort of in a tighter space. I think outside, let them take the mask off.
The catcher has the ability to possibly contaminate a whole baseball team or two because they're within close proximity of everybody. I don't think there's any one sport except for maybe singles tennis where you could make any exception.
Not for that 15 minutes.
But it's not a magic 15 minutes. It's
well, that's what the CDC
now, let's be
says.
real though. Hold on. Let
David finish
here, if I may. And I really think, the state laid out guidelines for us. And as Kaylin said, you don't follow things blindly. And I agree with that. And John's point was risk mitigation. And I think we really did a great job at finding out how much room we had. We made a conscious decision to say we think that's enough room. It was mostly educated. We had enough people that stayed home. We were able to work around the order that the rest of the state basically was a generalization. Everybody stayed home. This guideline by the state organization for the athletic organizations, the variable is different. All the fields are the same size. There's the same amount of players on every team. I think this is a good recommendation. The recommendation for our school district as to keeping it closed, that decision, I feel very different about it than I think I do this one at this moment. I'm really feeling that these recommendations, though inconvenient, and our athletes are not probably accustomed to wearing a mouth cover, it may be in the best interest for the next few months. And we may just want to play this card I'm no conservative. I think y'all know that. But we may just want to play this one close to our chest and make it out in the end.
Could I just interject here on my daughter's experience too? Because I talked to her, as the board knows, my daughter is an NCAA soccer player up at a university in Massachusetts. They've had masks on the entire time. They had no season because the league decided not to up in New England. But she wears a mask 2 hours a day outside practicing soccer every single day. It's not pleasant, but it's doable, and they follow that because that's what the regulations are up in Massachusetts. I am not as concerned about the students getting it as I am about coaches or teachers. So I think Dr. Harner's point about waiting until the vaccinations are complete, that's only a few weeks away, right, Dr. Harner? I mean, we expect everyone to be vaccinated by early April.
Yes, ma'am. 3
Is that
more
correct?
weeks.
I think that's totally reasonable. And I'm actually more concerned about adults getting a potentially fatal disease than I'm about the kids, because the studies show they're not really getting it.
That's, that
or
I
getting
think-
it seriously. Let me rephrase.
Right. I mean, I'm going to suggest a compromise in this situation. Now, one thing we have to understand about COVID transmission is also ventilation is an extremely important aspect of this, which is why outdoor athletics are much less likely to transmit. And if you look at our football season, we did not have any issue with that. And those players did not have on, obviously, mask. I can't imagine, Jenny, what your daughter had to go through and those soccer players had to go through wearing a mask on while playing soccer outdoors. I mean, personally, I think having a mask on outdoors while playing athletics, unless it's super, super close contact, I feel like the likelihood of transmission is very, very low. So, my recommendation, and I'm just one board member, is outdoors. I don't understand why we would recommend the mask. When it comes,
Can I interject one thing? You
Yeah.
have to consider when you're, as a soccer mom who's watched an awful lot of games through the decade, there's also time where everyone's sitting on the bench, and that's a lot more than 15%. When you're in a team sport like that, there are definitely long periods of time where you are not just 2-minute contact. You are sitting next to each other.
that's different. On the bench,
Yeah.
when you're not competing, when you're not on the field, it's kind of like you see it in the NFL games. When you're not there out there on the field, when you're sitting on the bench, you put a mask on. When you're out there competing on the field outdoors, I think the risk of transmission would be very low. Now, if we want to say indoors, we have a little bit more concern with that. If we want to compromise and say, okay, let's decide that we want to, mandate mask wearing indoors, even though I personally don't like it, you also have to think about the safety overall, that we would wait until we have vaccinations covered, maybe sometime in April for indoor. So I'd like to hear the board's thoughts and opinions on the recommendation that outdoor sports, we would not mask unless you were on the sidelines. And then indoors, that we would require masking until sometime in April when we felt that there were a widespread vaccination coverage.
So I've been itching for all my comments.
You've been so good, Chris. Tell us what's on your mind.
Trying. Well, Jenny, I know playing soccer in, February and March is one thing, but these girls especially will have to, if we kept our current guidelines, would have to play in May. That could be 80-degree days with a mouth guard in. So, you know,
I'm not suggesting that they go till May. I'm suggesting we be conservative, as Mr. Kern said.
no. I mean, the
and
season
wait
goes till
till
May.
people are vaccinated. Right.
So yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, even in April and May, it's hot, you know, and beyond that, you know, the teachers can always wear masks, and the teachers can stay distant from the athletes.
That's a good point, Chris.
You
Thank
know,
you.
so the other thing is, if we waited until the teachers were vaccinated, their season will be half over. Sylvia mentioned that their season only goes till mid-May. So if we wait till mid-April, you know, that's going to be most, you know, half of their season that we would wait until they had to do this. So I believe with the other, you know, with how we performed in the fall, and how many other very conservative school districts, like you had mentioned, Kaylin, you know, Pennsbury, Neshaminy, Ben Salem, these were districts, and even Central Bucks was only hybrid and virtual up until last week. You know, some of these other school districts have been playing it way more conservative than even us. And, you know, even with Dr. Harner, you know, we've had to push. There have been many times where we've even pushed against your recommendations, not just the CDC or not just the PA Department of Health or the PA Department of Education too. The PIAA is writing these guidelines for the whole state. We have a local health director. We have a local expert to tell us, and a majority of the school districts in our local county are following our local doctor's orders, or our local doctor's guidelines. I believe that's where we should go. You know, and to Kaylin's point, I believe students could sit on the bench. They could be masked. So that way, if they're near their coach, they would be masked. And indoor sports could probably stay masked as well until teachers were given their vaccinations. So, you know, I think that there is a slight compromise, but I cannot see track kids or lacrosse girls or even baseball players having to wear masks, especially when they're not sitting on the bench, when they're in the field. So
I'm with you.
that's how I would do it.
Thank you. I'm with you.
Could I just mention a couple of things?
Please.
And obviously each district is different, but I wanted to explain to you the full effect or the full decision made by the Central Bucks School Board this week about masks. The board agreed that they would not require masks for active competition or active practices. If you're on the sideline or if you're in the dugout or whatever, you wear a mask. In addition, if the school is going to Montgomery County or somewhere else where the district there requires masks, the Central Bucks athletes will wear masks. They will abide by the health and safety plan at the school where they're playing. If schools are coming to the 3 Central Bucks schools to play and they're masked, the district has recommended that the team decide whether they're going to mask as well as an accommodation to the visiting team, because the critical issue here is the number of games. So that was kind of the way it went down. So there was really a hybrid between being a visiting team and being a home team.
That's important context. Thank you, Mr. Garten.
That is very good. So we didn't hear from Ron or...
Yeah, we haven't heard from everyone.
Brian.
So
Brian, you want to go first, or you want to let me go first?
Go ahead.
I've been very quiet because I have very strong feelings about this
you have
issue.
been quiet. Let us hear
Yeah.
what's on your mind.
I would ask that nobody interrupt, because I am going to inflame some of the board members. So please keep your comments about how I am an evil, awful person until the end of my statement. Thank you. There's been a lot of talk about this being risk mitigation. That's a complete fallacy. It's a fear mongering. Let me be specific why I say that. All the numbers, if you look at them, are very, very clear that cases, when looked at as, I mean, I'm sorry to be morbid here, but cases that lead to death are 2%, which is no different than the flu, if you look at the numbers. So somehow in the early stages of this virus, we didn't know a lot about it. So everybody took precautions, which was very wise, the right thing to do. But so much is known now, and this virus is no worse than the flu. Easily transmittable, more easily transmittable from one person to the other than the flu, but no more dangerous to your health or anybody else's health, save for the elderly, than the flu. Talk was made earlier about our football team. We had our football team at, everybody's going crazy. We need our football players to play. We need them to play. We need them to play. No masks. We said, we'll let them play. We won't even ask them to do masks. And that was at the height of it. We were in the fall. That was at the height of the virus, and it was doing its worst. Every statistic you see now shows that cases are plummeting. There is no danger, certainly not to students, that they are going to contract and be devastated by this virus. Please do not bring up the isolated remote cases. We all know, I heard a story about my brother and uncle's cousin's work-related person who did this or had this happen to them. It makes total sense to me, the compromise that's being put on the table. And when you say we will not mask up, the proper thing to say is we will not mandate masks, because I'm sure there's certain students who will still want to mask, and they should have that right. It makes perfect sense that when you're on the sidelines, okay, fine, we'll throw a mask on to make people feel better. But the athletes who are actually participating outside, there's no conceivable way or purpose for their masking. I feel the same about indoor activities. The people who are on the courts in the game, there's no conceivable reason to mask up. It just doesn't make any sense to me. I imagine the officials are masking up. You want to say protect the adults? I'm sure all the officials are masking up. Okay. The students, there's no point. I'm sorry, but there isn't. So again, my recommendation would be we have no mask mandate. We leave it to the individuals to decide. And again, for better part of valor, we'll say we should do it on the sidelines. But I challenge anybody to prove to me that this virus is in some way now at this stage of the game, something we need to fear anymore. Brian, you're up.
Way to follow that one, Brian.
I know. I should have gone first instead of trying to follow that. Obviously, I disagree with you, Ron, on a few of the things. I respect the fact that what you're saying and all that, but I think we've gotten where we were, and a couple of people have mentioned it. We've gotten where we were, or where we are now, because we've been conservative. We've taken that slow approach. We've followed the guidelines from the people who have studied this and who are experts in the field and have been studying it for a number of years. Speaking as a person who's played baseball for a long time, one of my concerns about the situation where we would mask going away, and this is probably just a baseball, maybe a softball thing as well, but if you're wearing a mask at one point, but you're not at another, now you're creating a different situation where you could increase the potential for getting hurt. I'm not saying that's definitely going to happen, but I've seen it happen where players had to wear, different protective gear, and because of that, it obstructed their vision and they got hurt more. So my concern there would be something along that nature. You're not wearing a mask, you're not practicing with a mask, and then all of a sudden you're going down to North Penn to play a game and you have to wear a mask. So I would have a concern with that. As far as where we're at, I think that down the line, I think we're the recommendations that you're talking about are probably logical and feasible, but at this point, PIAA, the state, They have created their guidance based on the scientific data that they have from the CDC and wherever else. So, you know, I don't see any reason to go against the things that got us here where we are, and the things that are based on the science and the data from the experts in the field. Dr. Damsker may have had his data. I respect that. But, you know, I think I mentioned this to some of you before. If I went to Dr. Damsker for a medical opinion and I didn't like his opinion, he would be the first one to say, go get a expert opinion from a secondary, from another doctor. And I think that's what I'm doing here. You know, he may have the best intentions, but I think his recommendations are counterintuitive to the recommendations from the experts. So I would say we stick with what we have, at least for now, and maybe in a month or so, whenever everybody's vaccinated, then we revisit.
So thank you very everyone for your comments.
I have to
Go ahead.
make a
Keith.
clarifying statement. Ron, I really do enjoy being on the board with you. I've been treating patients in an emergency department for nearly 22 years. COVID is not like the flu. There's no similarities. There's no similarities in properties. There is no similarities in the way that people respond to it, why it's killing people. There's no similarities. It is a extremely dangerous pandemic. And I'm not saying we let our guard down either. I still would recommend wearing masks on the sidelines, wearing masks in schools, wearing masks when you're going to be around other people. Even as a vaccinated person, I enjoy still wearing a mask and feeling comfortable about it. So I have to disagree with you on that point. What my statement about the athletic fields were, in general, kids are not going to be around each other for the extended amount of time that I think transmission is going to take place. And I feel strongly that they would be safe in that environment. But I don't think we let our guards down like people would suggest. I agree with the statements that we're nearing the end and we need to just keep pushing through it, but we can do it safely. But the two are not the same. Trust me.
You know, I thank you, Keith, for that statement. I think that people are approaching COVID fatigue. There's no doubt about it. People are getting tired of, you know, the masking and all those things. I can assure you that COVID is definitely, I disagree with Ron that it's the same as the flu. Obviously, I don't agree with that. You know, my sister, who is younger than I am and in very great health, was stuck in the bed with COVID pneumonia for 3 weeks. There's no way she would have had experienced that with the flu. Well, maybe she could have, but it's obviously more severe. It's different. And that's the reason why, but Ron, I agree with you on some of the comments in terms of risk. And I think that it's hard because you get sucked into this culture of safetyism, right? Where you also go to the extreme measures to put all these measures in place to try to achieve this safety that don't make sense. And that's why I'm recommending that we try to find something somewhere here in the middle where we could, because these kids have really had so much taken from them. And I think that we also lose sight of that. The kids are the ones that are least likely to be affected by this virus, and yet they are the most likely to be affected by the restrictions. So how can we compromise on this? So what is the appetite for the board to say outdoors when you're competing, no mask, on the sidelines, wear a mask, indoors? There seems to be some, you know, changes in opinion of, are we going to require, for instance, volleyball to wear a mask versus wear one while they're competing until April? Or
did the girls wear them? did the girls wear masks during volleyball season in the fall?
None of the fall athletes, while they were actively engaged, wore masks.
So that's what I'm saying. And we didn't have any major issues, correct?
We may have had a couple COVID cases over that time period, but nothing athlete to athlete.
So I'm going to put a motion on the table right now to say that the Quakertown Community School District is not going to require masking while competing indoors and outdoors, except on the sidelines. And so I'll need a second for that.
Can we add to that?
What do you want to add? Sure.
That what if another team requires us to wear a mask in order to compete? What happens?
Yeah. Or don't we have to vote on the proposal as it's presented to us? Maybe.
No.
I mean,
No.
it sounds like
not
we're going to do
really
this
voting.
piecemeal.
Isn't the vote later on? We're still in the discussion that was part of Dr. Harner's superintendent report. We haven't even got to the thing.
Yeah,
Do we
but I
wanna do
made
that
an
now?
executive decision to go ahead and vote on it.
Okay, gotcha.
So yeah, there's some perks to
So,
being
Caitlin,
president.
I do think we have to add some more language into this, sort of like how Mr. Garten explained it, how Central Bucks did it, where they said for their home games that they're offering, the home team would be us, don't have to mask, at the rules that you just stated there. But the visiting teams can mask if they would like. And then if Quakertown is visiting another home team, we have to follow their health and safety plan. So
Sure.
we may have to mask when we're playing away games. We can't go into another school that has masking rules and just say, well, we're not wearing masks.
That seems like a fair compromise.
Yeah, and it should also be that, we say that we don't mask at our home field. That means that anybody coming understands that's our position. If they wish to come here and ask that we mask up, then we have the right to say no, or we have the right to say, okay, we'll play you and we'll mask because we're nice, we're kind, we want to play you. Sure, we'll mask up, but we shouldn't mandate it when it's because the state says it or the
Right.
PIAA says it.
One of the underlying elements behind how you're describing this is when human beings have autonomy over their own lives, well-being increases. And
Well
that's what
said,
we're talking
John.
about. That's what we're talking about. is
I like it.
Giving people autonomy and being polite, like you said, Ron, or Chris. If we go to somebody else, we will respect their rules because we're nice, and you should. And the same thing if people come here and they want to, so to me, that's kind of how we're talking about it. Outdoors, playing on the field, the sunshine. And we're just not mandating masks. You can still wear a mask.
Mr. Garten, do you have any recommendation on how we word this based on what you're hearing?
Motion seems to me to be that you will not require masking during competitions or active practice, both indoor and outdoor, but will require masking while in dugouts or on the sideline. And furthermore, that a Quakertown team visiting another school will comply with that school's health and safety plan. And furthermore, that if a team wants to play a Quakertown game against Quakertown and Quakertown, and they're from a masking school, that your team has the option, if they want to play that team, to mask.
Boy, you're good. That's why
Is
you
that
get paid
any
the
different
big
than our
bucks.
position is right now?
Yes,
Yes.
totally different. Yes,
Current position is all mandated.
it's completely different. But can I get a second of that motion that Jeff just mentioned? I think Ron, you
Second.
mentioned it earlier.
I'll second it, John Kern.
Okay.
Yeah, John had seconded your first one, so.
Okay, John did. Okay. All right, so we can discuss it. So Dave, to your point, yes, it was different. What the administration was recommending was that we mask even for track, like even for outdoor sports where you know, most
While they're actively
sports-
running down the track, you want them to wear the mask. The administration's recommending that they wear the mask, but we're saying
Or standing in center field.
Sylvia, would you repeat, please, what the PIAA was expecting?
The PIAA was expecting masks at all times. They had an exception for boys lacrosse and the helmet. And if you could maintain 6 feet at all times, you could take the mask off, which is not really feasible in lacrosse, even in baseball and softball at home plate and at bases.
So it begs the question, why would they even say it? Why would they even say no masking if none of the sports would even allow for it?
Well, that Sylvia, the point of that question is, I'm actually trying to look for the email that Dr. Harner had sent us earlier today. There was actually a word in there that said, I can't even remember, but it spoke back to the CDC guidelines for distancing, which would be 15 minutes of total time distance, not 6 feet at any time. So I have to bring back up that email. The problem is we got about 60 emails today. So
yeah, there's a lot of emails, and I just want to apologize for not
through.
getting through them all yet. But any
Can I ask
other
a question?
main comments before we vote? Because we still have a lot to go through.
Kaylin, can I ask a question?
Please.
Sylvia, are there any other teams in the list that you gave us, and I don't remember seeing any, but maybe I missed it, where they would require that when they came here, we would be masked as well?
There was a general agreement among all the schools that a school not masking would mask for a school that required it, as opposed to losing a contest.
So for example, if North Penn, and I use them just because I remember they were masking, if they came here to play, then the agreement you're talking about would mean that our players would mask up as well during that competition.
Correct. Or North Penn couldn't play us. We would have to cancel that game or choose to mask to play them.
Right. But that seems fair. I mean, it's our option to play the game or forfeit the game. I mean, that seems completely reasonable.
Same. Yep. All right. Can we get a roll call vote for this, please, Terry?
Can I be clear on what a yes vote is and what a no vote is?
And I'm going to need some help with getting the verbiage for all of this because there were a lot of people talking at one time. So I'm not really sure that I have everything correct.
That's
I think
okay.
Jeff can give it to us.
Mr. Garten, if you would like to repeat your eloquent explanation, please.
I hope it wrote it down.
It won't be nearly as eloquent the second time.
It was really good. It was really good.
I believe the motion is to not require masking for active competition or active practicing, except for students or participants on the sidelines or in dugouts. And furthermore, that when Quakertown is a visiting school, it will abide by the rules and regulations of the school where it visits to play. And if a team comes to Quakertown to play, the team may agree to wear a mask in order to accomplish that competition, and any kid can wear a mask if they so choose.
So,
Do we
in
have
summary,
language for coaches in there as well. I'm sorry.
Coaches would be masked because they're not actively participating or in competition.
Okay. Yeah.
right. So a vote for yes would be a vote in favor of the motion just described.
Freedom. No.
Freedom. All right,
Okay, you ready for the roll call vote?
please.
Mr. Reimers,
No.
Mr. Spear,
Yes.
Mr. Akmanowitz,
I think in the end, I'm good with it. Yes.
Ms. Weed,
No.
Mr. Kern,
Yes.
Ms. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. McCucci,
Yes.
Mr. Jackson,
Yes.
Mr. Klein,
No.
okay, the motion passes 6-3.
And I just want to say, Kaylin, if I can, that the change for me was that if either party wanted to be masked, everybody would be masked. And so for clarification,
Yeah. That's it. And I think that's important. And I like that you have the ability to wear one if you so choose.
And everybody will be wearing them unless they're actually actively engaged playing. So
yeah. All right. Thank you all for that discussion. I know that these are not easy conversations. You know, when we signed up to do this, this was not in the cards. Dr. Harner, I know that this probably would be finishing up, but I'll hand it back to you to conclude your report.
Thank you. Thank you very much, ma'am. The next item on the agenda is a quick summary of the redistricting committee's charge, their recommendations to the board, and the administration's recommendations and action so far. If you could take a minute, if you hadn't had a chance to do so ahead of time, just to review these items there. It's real quick. I'm sure you're familiar. You've been dealing with redistricting since August, when you gave them you approved the charge on 27 August. But down the bottom, there are a couple of recommendations that we have later on in the board agenda for the consent agenda for spending money. The first one that is real important and near dear to our heart right now, and dropped to the bottom of the page, is the administration recommends the board approve the redistricting plan and attendance area maps that were presented. Ms. Edwards, by chance, were there any changes? You briefly talked about some of the parent input. Were there any changes to that, or is as is?
I thought I'd be talking about it later when the motion is on the agenda. You want me to talk about it now?
Okay, we'll wait then, so we can get out of superintendent's report, because
yeah,
the clock's still ticking on me for my time, and Mr. Makuchi has to watch. The administration recommends the approval of the proposal by the Schrader Group to update the facilities plan. Again, that's a follow-up on there. And that's in our fiscal consent agenda. All the dollars and figures are right there. And also, important point, I know there was some challenges to our enrollment over the last 7 years. I think we've only been off 4%, 4.9%. But the committee recommended that we would, the board look into for a company to come in and do a full up enrollment study that has all the charts and stuff. So that was presented to the finance committee last Thursday. They preferred to listen to the proposal by the company. It's called Decision Insight. They provided us a proposal for $16,000. And on the finance committee's April 1st is when they're going to present to the finance committee. So we won't have that on the consent agenda for spending the money until possibly the end of April, if the finance committee brings that to the board. That's all I have. And I believe we have read-only documents for the rest of the superintendent's report, ma'am. I am done. It's 9:32.
Thank you, sir. All right, we're going to move on to our standing committee reports, and starting with Mrs. Weed, the policy committee report.
We had a very productive meeting. We got through all our policies to update them over the past week, and they're posted on World Doc should anyone be interested. Otherwise, I'm not going to bore you all and go through them all, but it was productive. We got through a lot, and that's it.
Thank you, ma'am. I like it. Succinct. Mr. Makuchi, Finance, are you still with us? Can someone, I know that he is working in the ER right now, so we appreciate him getting in when he can, but.
I can.
Okay, please do.
So it looks like tech school budget was presented and there was a vote. The Quakertown share increased 2% over last year, and not included in the budget were capital project costs, since they're awaiting results for the facility study and they didn't have any at the moment. So there will be further discussions on how to handle any costs associated with the facility study in the future. Then regarding the comparative finances presentation, the administration prepared a financial comparison between Quakertown and Palisades, because there were some interesting differences between sort of their finances and versus ours and things like that. So Zach sharpened his pencil and got out his Sherlock Holmes outfit and showed that, you know, the good reasons why Palisades is just kind of rolling in the dough compared to us. And it highlighted the power of the Forecast 5 software to make sure we're comparing apples to apples and not apples to oranges. So it was interesting. And the basics, you know, the district finances, the between the two highlighted that they had significantly higher revenue per student than we do. So there was a budget update. Current year budget deficit is down to roughly 4 million. So I think, Zach, it started at like 7.
Yes.
At the beginning of the year. So kudos to the team. That's everyone keeping the pressure on the budget to clamp it down. So, oh, if I read the second sentence, it said it was at 7 million. So my memory is good. There were minimal changes to next year's budget, more revenue from tax appeals, but some higher costs in areas such as transportation, which we didn't hear about the cost yet, but just FYI. Both proposals are increase above what we're currently paying. Updates will be provided each month, and the proposed budget will be presented in May for a vote. The audit RFP, I think that's sort of a perfunctory thing we do every so many years. So there was a discussion about that. There's an audit firm that will do the wonderful auditing for the next 3 years. I think that's on a vote coming up. Music bid, they were due March 12th, which sounds like tomorrow. The administration's asking the board to allow the business department to award the bid to the lowest responsible bidder and not have to wait until the next meeting to expedite the purchase process. Tech lease. So Mr. Kuzo and company, I know they're always doing things rolling, much like Dr. Hoffman and company try to roll the educational stuff just to keep the costs sort of at a constant dull roar. So the results of the tech lease were provided. The lowest proposal was from American Capital at 1.61%. And reminder that approving this means the board is committed to these purchases for the next year before the budget is approved. Again, it's sort of just like the music bid. I think, Joe, there's recognition that if you sleep on these, you might not get them in time. So it's the sort of thing where it's time sensitive. And proposal for enrollment student, we just talked about that, but there was a recommendation. I think Chris Spear, you found with the Hicken, and you found some examples where a broader view into enrollment study could be had by this company. And this is the same firm that did Wissahickon. The cost for a single year was $16K. The committee did not recommend moving forward until they see a demo next month. And I would like to see, personally, I'm going to vote, ask for historical data. Like, show me something that you did 5 years ago, and then what does it look like now? So just, I don't know if I'm going to be in that demo, but if not, that'd be something I'd look for. Is show me you're accurate. Anyway, that wraps up the Finance Committee report on behalf of Mr. McCucci.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for stepping up. We're going to move on to our Facilities Committee, Mr. Spear.
Okay, so I have a lot of stuff too, but I'll try to read really fast. We have a NITIG update. Mr. Spatafora of Dewey Engineering updated the committee about the NITIG construction. He said that the building is completed, but there are punch list items outside of the building that will be completed when the weather gets warmer. Basically, there's still snow on the ground, and even right after the snow gets off the ground, it's going to be really muddy out there. So they need a little bit of time to finish up some of the outside work. Nearly all of the contingency money, originally $1.9 million, will be coming back to the district. That's approximately $1.7 million that we can use for future capital projects. There is still one outstanding contractor that we're waiting for to settle on the prices, but other than that, we're pretty much, I think, going to be wrapping up most of the final payments tonight. Correct, Zach?
Yeah, we're getting very close. Correct. Tonight's just a reconciliation. We'll continue to make the payments, but yes.
Yeah. And then we have one outstanding contractor that we're in dispute, but I think we'll get that squared away. We conducted lead water testing. The state law requires that school districts to either test each year or have a public discussion about lead in water to be safe and confirm that the water is not contaminated. The district chose to conduct testing on a 3-year rotational cycle. The following schools are in the second year of the 3-year rotation. Strayer, Richland, and Neidig were all tested. They all passed. So we don't have to worry about lead problems in our water. We're also looking at the lawn and landscaping contract. Our current provider is, I guess, we're going to look to do a mini RFP process since we're not required to do one, but we are looking at a couple different landscaping companies to get competing bids. The capital projects update: Dewey Engineering and the district administration opened the 2021 capital projects bid on February 24th. The board will be asked to approve the bid awards at the March 11th or today. The projects with the lowest bids include the facilities building emergency generator and fire alarm. That is $227,000. A paving project at POF, which is a lot more paving than originally thought, at $216,580. A secured vestibule at Trumbowersville for $77,625. And additional projects with the budget amount not subject to bid would be the bollards and boulders for safety issues around all the buildings. Basically makes it harder for somebody to drive a car into the building. Richland Elementary School vestibule window for $9,000 and $50,000 worth of kitchen equipment. The current project will be under the $1 million budget by $383,000, which should make Keith very happy if he was listening. We're going to discuss in the future replacing the dust collector at Strayer. And we're still in discussion about baseball fields. Currently, we looked at the stadium that Brian's standing in front of right now on his on his background. That proved to not work out very well because the facility is really old. It would take a lot of money to get it at least even safe to be in. And there's flooding issues on the field and still wet problems on the field. So we're still looking at other fields. We are looking for a suitable place. We do have some options that we're going to look at, and I believe we're going to try to get a couple more engineering drawings done, right, Zach, or engineers to look at some other sites right now.
Yeah, the committee recommended working with Dewey Engineering to do a little more research.
So is there an approval for that tonight then?
No, it's not anything formal. It's just going to come out of Rob's budget.
Okay.
Nothing material. Before we would have anything material, we would bring back proposals to you to review. This is just a little bit of time and material billing.
Okay. And then we had a little discussion about bipolar ionization that I'm not quite sure it's there yet. That was sort of our we're looking into what our options are, but I'm not quite sure bipolar ionization is where we want to go quite yet. That's basically air filtering through science. The QE redistricting, So on February 11th, the redistricting committee supplied options for the future of QE. The district has solicited proposals from Dewey Engineering and the Schrader Group for putting together cost estimates, options for renovation, and to update the components of the 2016 district-wide facility study. Proposals will be presented tonight, and if approved, work can begin shortly thereafter with a presentation to the board in late April. The district also received a proposal from Decision Insight for an enrollment projection study, the same firm used by Wissahickon, which Mr. Spear spoke highly of. Actually, the Wissahickon study I spoke highly of was actually done by the Montgomery County Planning Commission, not this same company. This company, I believe, had done one for them in the past, but the study I was referring to was the Montgomery County Board of Supervisors. And I did speak to myself in the third person. So
Yeah, I was gonna say, was that your dad?
yes. No, I'm reading. That is the end of my report. I told you it would be long.
Well, thank you for your report. And I'm going to move on to Mr. Ekmanowitz with the Upper Bucks Tech.
Last meeting was February 18th. Jeff reported the restaurant's going to be opening back up sometime in March for partial part-time hours for lunch. So if you're a community member that'd like to check out the restaurant at the tech school, please check the website. Student of the month was Abigail Jacobs. She is a welding technology student from Quakertown. So I just wanted to make sure I said congratulations to her. I gave her some recognition. Once again, of course, with all the changes, we updated the calendar and we went through a pretty a very large presentation on the budget for next year. And if you're interested, it's going to be available on the tech school's website. I'm not really going to, get into it in this meeting right now, but everybody has access to it on this call as far as the board members. And if anybody in the community would like to see it, it's about 11.5 million and it's available on the website. We approved January minutes and conducted general business. It was fairly quick, revised various policies. We approved a budget for several $1,000s to buy new radios so that our radio system, we have a walkie-talkie system because the cell phone reception is really bad there. And we had to make an acquisition to improve the radio systems. And approve the revisions to the articles of agreement. And then we concluded. It was a relatively early meeting. That concludes my report.
Thank you. And to that point, the other two sending districts have already approved the articles of agreement. I just want to clarify that because that is on the agenda for us tonight as well. Yes.
Actually, we already approved the articles too, but there's been a change, so we have to do it again.
Right. Yeah, that's a fair point. Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, Alex, go to bed. It's almost 10 o'clock.
Thanks, Chris.
Trying.
I can see you, Alex. All right, we're going to move on to Mr. Jackson. You have 3 reports if you'd like to go ahead and go through those.
Always a pleasure to give you my reports and always a greater pleasure to keep them short.
Oh no, he's
the item 16th, I included the, am I breaking up still?
Nope,
Yeah.
you're good now.
Can you hear me? Okay, I'm not sure what that was. Said the IU met on Tuesday, the 16th of February. I included the summary of measures passed in the content there. Usually I have the awesome news that was not provided to me this time, but one of the things I do want to touch on is something Ms. Edwards highlighted in her presentation. The IU is the go-to place right now for vaccinations of
Apparently,
you
the
froze.
internet is not as good in Richland Township as it was in the Bronx.
was there. You know what? I'm gonna move. I'm gonna go away from my basement and get up top where I can be heard. Maybe that's the problem. I'll turn my video off while I'm moving.
You sound a lot better, by the way.
Again, the IU met. Well, I'm moving upstairs out of the basement area, so that's probably what the problem was. I wanted to highlight the fact that the IU is the go-to place for the vaccines in the county for our school districts. Employees teachers and contracting agencies are permitted to go to the IU, schedule their vaccination, get that done. I was there today to observe the whole setup. They have about 4,500 ballparking that dedicated doses of vaccine, and they are going to be getting more.
It's fantastic.
So that is the place. The IU does wonderful things. Keep that in mind when you look at your budget and how much we're spending on them. They do a lot of great services for us. So in addition to that, well, that's the end of my IU report. Let's move on. What's next? That is the legislature report. There, I didn't get a legislative summary, so I don't have anything up there. I guess the two big questions are, well, the two big issues are the federal and state budgets.
Yeah, we're not really sure about the state budget lately. It's been changing, right?
Well, the state budget is likely not going to pass with all the promises because that's contingent upon an increase in the personal income tax from about I can't remember what it is now, but they want to jump it up to 4.4. And the current legislature is not going to pass that. So whatever you heard as a promise to the increase in state aid, that's not going to happen because the governor's asking for too much. So
have you heard anything on the charter school reform? The cyber charter, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, again, that's certainly a big push from the governor, but similar to the idea that you're going to approve an increase in taxes, the nature of the legislature is not going to improve, it's going to fight to put any kind of penalty on the functionality of charter and cyber schools. So I don't know where that's going to go. Mm-hmm. It has a little bit more palatableness than the budget increase because the funding formula, funding mechanism for charter schools, whether you believe in charter schools or not, the funding mechanism is skewed against the school district. So that does have to be addressed. And I think the legislatures understand that, but it's not going to be a fast moving thing. So I wouldn't even keep that on your radar until something breaks.
Okay.
And at the federal budget, they just passed this huge spending bill. President Biden will sign it into law tomorrow, as I understand. The big question will become how much of that dwindles down to us versus some of the larger state and city regions. So I'm not sure how much, and most of that is probably geared more towards items other than education, more so like the ability to prep for COVID and things like that. So I don't know how much that's going to benefit us when the COVID crisis is dwindling. So anyway, that's my legislative report. And then the Ed Foundation met back in early February. The Ed Foundation still is available for mini grants for any educators who might be listening out there. I wanted to remind them that we do give out grants. It used to be $500 with a limit. We've bumped that up to about $2,000 now. And we just did pass one. We approved one at the February meeting, which typically we try to fund innovative educational opportunities or concepts that will benefit a large number of students. This is a little different, but I think given the times, this is why we decided to do that we are actually going to fund $1,500 to the Quakertown High School musical, because in order for them to have an audience for their musical, they're actually renting out the outdoor band shell over in Quakertown Borough, over behind the pool and behind the library, to perform their high school musical. And we were able to kick in $1,500 towards that rental for that space. So that's my Ed Foundation report, and I am done.
Thank you. And are we seeing a good application number when it comes to the grants? Do we need to market that better to maybe I
know, and Ms. Dr. Hoffman, if she's on the line, she can speak to that. I know her team is constantly reminding the teachers that that money exists.
Free money if you have a good business proposition. I mean,
can I just ask, Ron, that $1,500 include the discount or something? Maybe. I mean, that seems like a lot of money.
Well, I mean, if you can,
can we get a community discount or something?
I mean, if you consider the nature of the entertainment that the borough has been able to procure and to put on that stage over the last few years, $1,500 doesn't sound like too much, but we didn't set the rate. We're paying for it, and this is the Ed Foundation. This is not the district. Remember, these are two separate organizations. That money did not come from our pocket. So.
Yeah, I know. My point, though. Never mind.
Ron, I have a request, possibly an investment opportunity for the Ed Foundation. Out of print Dr. Seuss books. They will only appreciate in value at this point.
Really, Chris?
No, hey.
We have to
buy
go
them
there.
from School.
I was going to suggest thinking about renting, bleachers for excess capacity at the football. I did Google it. They do exist. You can actually rent bleachers.
It's not a bad idea.
So keep money for that, maybe.
Onward.
Okay. The only item that I have on the president's report, it's not really an item, but I was curious to know from the administration how we plan on utilizing Canvas in the upcoming school year. The reason I'm asking that is I feel like a lot of students are on their computers a lot during class and not receiving one-on-one instruction.
I don't see it. Well, I understand you shared that comment with me from your substitute teaching. But I don't expect us to change our use of Canvas. Being on computers is a different discussion.
I just feel like there's a different, experience when you're talking about people that are receiving instruction from the teacher versus the computer. And granted, I think that technology is an amazing thing. It's enabled our educators to focus on what matters. I just wonder how that dynamic has changed as we're looking at, COVID and we're more reliant on technology. Do we foresee, maybe we don't have to discuss it tonight, but it's something that is on my mind and I would like to further analyze it.
Why don't we have that conversation next month and we'll talk about it. Have a really nice
that sounds good.
Conversation about what we're foreseeing, also about virtual instruction, which is I know a lot of our parents are interested in about.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to move on then to the fiscal agenda, and we have a roll call vote. So I'm going to start with that vote individually. And this vote, I would need a motion to approve the Upper Bucks Tech School 2021-22 budget.
So moved, Mr. Akmanowitz.
Second, Mr. Klein.
Discussion.
Does this include the bill payment that's also part of that?
Dave, maybe you could answer that.
Could you be more specific, the bill payment?
I think he asked about the Boucher and James bill. I think it's just a roll call vote on the approval of the tech school budget, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you.
Okay, did I get a second on that?
Yeah, Stephen, second that.
Okay, discussion.
By the way, the full increase of this tech school budget spanned across the 3 districts, I believe was 0.4%. So,
Or even less, maybe. Yeah, it's pretty small.
They did do a pretty good job controlling some expenses this year. So, our portion is 2%, but other school districts, the way it worked out, I believe Penn Ridge paid 7% and Palisades even got a savings. So, but no, overall, this budget seems pretty good.
Hey, Chris, say that again. It was 0.4%, but we're paying 2% in
Yeah,
because
we're by the amount of students. Yeah.
I didn't catch any of that. I'm sorry.
It's a funding model, that's all.
So it's 2% above what we had paid last year. Is that basically what I'm understanding?
It's the number of students you said.
Right.
Yeah. So it changes.
I just wasn't sure I understood what Chris was saying.
Yeah, so the entire budget was 0.4% higher, but our portion that we're going to be paying is
Our portion of
2% more than we paid last year, probably because we sent a few more students than the other sending districts. Is that probably a good way to?
Yeah, it's
Summarize
on a
that,
5-year
Zach.
average, but yeah.
Okay, any other discussion? Okay, you can go ahead with the roll call, Terry.
Mr. Reimers,
Yes.
Mr. Spear,
Yes.
Mr. Akmanowitz,
Yes.
Ms. Weed,
Yes.
Mr. Kern,
Yes.
Ms. Mitchell,
Yes,
Mr. McCucci.
he's absent.
Okay. Mr. Jackson,
Yes.
Mr. Klein.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes.
Thank you. I'll move on to the next item, which is the adoption of the 11th Amendment to the Articles of Agreement for the Upper Bucks Technical School. And just a reminder, we did vote on these previously. But that vote was in the sending districts. I believe that was voted down. And so this has been reworked. And so I'll need a motion for those.
So moved.
I'll second.
Oh, Mr. Akmanowitz, and then and then the second it was Chris Spear.
Thank
No,
you.
it was Steve Klein.
Or Steve. Oh, I'm so sorry, Stephen Klein. Forgive me.
That's all right.
Or Brian Reimers.
Okay, discussion on this.
Okay, I was on the committee, so I can explain. We did pass this. I believe it was 9-0. Last time it came through. Palisades did not pass it. Penn Ridge passed it 9-0 as well. Palisades did not. They had concerns about the superintendent rotation. So then we went back to the drawing board, removed that portion, and then the business managers all gave us some more tweaks that we did to these 11th to this 11th amendment of the articles. So basically what we're getting back now is the same thing we voted on with a few tweaks by the business administrators and the superintendent rotation removed.
Okay, thank you.
What were those few tweaks?
Zach,
I
I
looked through and
think it was all procedural stuff. It wasn't.
Yeah, nothing, no material changes from the last one, but some stuff around fund balance, dates, recommendation and changes of dates, things like that. Nothing that's
Mostly language stuff. It wasn't anything that was really like meaningful.
So I looked through it earlier and I couldn't see a difference.
Yeah, and the rotation, I guess they just felt it was better to have more.
Well, that part I saw was different, but
If you have 2 hours, Brian, just call Megan Bannis Clemens.
Oh, I
I'd
can
rather.
call her up right now if you want her to come into the meeting.
No, I'd rather not.
We're gonna forego that this time around. But she is a good resource and she has all the details.
Oh, yes, she does.
All right, let's vote on this. It's going to be a roll call. Terry, please.
Okay, Mr. Reimers,
Yes.
Mr. Spear,
Yes.
Mr. Akmanowitz,
Yes.
Ms. Weed,
Yes.
Mr. Kern,
Yes.
Mrs. Mitchell,
Yes,
Mr. McCucci.
absent.
Okay, Mr. Jackson
Yes.
and Mr. Klein.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes 8-0.
Thank you. And I'm going to move on to the next item on the agenda, and I'll need a motion to approve the February 2021 Boucher and James bills list as presented.
So moved, Mr. Kern.
I'll second.
Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
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 Oppose or abstention.
I wish to abstain, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you. Fiscal consent agenda is next. On that agenda, we have the approval of the February.
Madam President, may I interrupt just 1 second, please?
Oh, sure.
I apologize, but there was an education committee meeting and it wasn't on the schedule. So I have a report out on that.
Oh, please.
It won't take long.
Please do.
We met prior to this meeting, and on the schedule, we discussed there's a list of textbooks that the Office of Teaching and Learning is asking for review. There's a link, since we don't have the physical books themselves, that we can go on and review the books and look at them. There were courses for review, 10 new elective music courses. And there was a civics exam results discussion as far as, what the takeaway is from those particular data points. There was an Act 48 plan review for comprehensive planning, as well as the induction plan review for comprehensive planning. There was a discussion regarding the equity and curriculum resources, and there's a link to a website there that you can go in and take a look at that information. Small discussion on parent support nights that have been lightly attended, by the way. We'd like to see more parents get involved in those. There was a discussion regarding the mid-year data review. As far as meetings to review that data with the Office of Teaching and Learning. Each building is going to do that, and they're excited to do that, actually. Also, providing support to our virtual students has become a focus. Glad to hear that, as that's going to help those that have been struggling there. And then there was a discussion about the summer camp that's coming up. It's free and it's asynchronous for any grade. And there is a survey out there about that. So, Dr. Hoffman, did I miss anything important?
You forgot to highlight the ukulele is going to be a new offering.
I almost said that, John, but
You didn't want to tell anybody because you wanted to be the first one there.
I do think it calls for special notation.
Nice touch.
Okay. So noted. So that's my report. Thank you.
Thank you for interjecting. I know you guys had a meeting tonight, so we appreciate that. And the fiscal consent agenda, we're going to look at the approval of the February 21 budget transfers, treasurer's report, February 21. February 21 bills list, approval of the proposals with Dewey Engineering and Schrader Group for putting together QE renovation. The contract between the Musical Theater International, approval of the musical instrument bid award, awarding the audit services to BBD LLP, approval of the 2021-2022 technology lease with American Capital, approval of the vehicle lease agreement with the BCIU, suspension of pay policy for the 2021-2022 school year, approval of the agreement between Christmas City Studio.
Can I just make sure suspension of pay to play policy, not suspension of pay?
Yes, parents won't have to pay for pay to play next year.
Thank you. There's so many of these.
Yeah, there are.
Pay to play. Thank you. Contract with CNI for PEPPM mini bid rate to supply core network switches and corresponding connectors and support, and the Bucks County Intermediate Unit Technology Pool Council for the 2021-2022 school year. Whew, that's a lot. So I'll need a motion on those.
Motion by Mr. Jackson.
Second by Mr. Akmanowitz.
Discussion.
Zach, if you're still on board, can I get you to summarize the Schrader Group and the Dewey proposals that are made so that everybody who may be from the redistricting committee is understanding at this point in time what we are asking of the district?
Dr. Hunter, do you want me to do that, or did you want to? I know you were working with them as well.
Go ahead.
So yeah, there's a couple. There's two from Schrader Group and one from Dewey. So I'll start with the proposal from Dewey Engineering. it is if the decision is to renovate Quakertown Elementary, they're going to put together some cost estimates as well as some different options for how the building could be renovated. So to do that preliminary work, their proposal is a little over $5,000. The first proposal from Schrader Group is, if you remember back in, I want to say it was 2016, they put together the district-wide facility study. So the one proposal in there is to really update that, what's changed over the last 5 years. And then the other one is to do some preliminary work on what some designs might look like for Quakertown Elementary School if it is renovated. So those are, in a nutshell, the three proposals that are out there. Dr. Arnold, did I miss anything?
No, sir.
So this is just a, go ahead, Chris.
Oh, so am I correct in saying this building feasibility study alone is $18,846 for this facilities study update?
Yes, sir.
I thought this was just going to be a paper update. I'm not quite sure I wanted to go this far with this yet.
This was a something we did a long time ago across the whole district. It was a it was a giant, it's like a thick.
Yeah,
it ended up in a big
I've
binder.
referenced it 100 times.
Okay. So, all right. So you know which one we're talking about.
Yeah, no, I know.
I think Chris is getting to my question too. What's the point about doing that right now? What's the value?
Yeah, so
of having that now
the main, yeah, that's what I was trying to say is the main issue there was really 4 buildings. It was Neidig, Milford, Tohickon Valley, and QE. Well, Neidig and Milford or Tohickon Valley and Milford are gone. Neidig we renovated, and now we're getting the process for QE. I don't believe now is the time that we should be doing this study. And I think me and Ron sort of suggested that during the meeting. We said, why are we doing this now? And then,
well, yeah, Christy, I mean,
that you said it was just a paper update. So I didn't think it was going to come in at $18,846.
Yeah, and Chris, to your point, I mean, we both did want this, and the question becomes, what did we want? Because again, the question about whether or not it's due now, frankly, we should have been updating it every year. Every time we did something, somebody should have been updating this study, or maybe not updating this study. There should have been a master list, and we should have been ticking off the items.
We have, sir. We have.
I don't doubt it for a second. It's one of those things where, in hindsight, I wish I had said, "Hey, every time you do something, can you show us your Excel spreadsheet of that study and show us one more thing ticked off the list?" I'm just saying, in hindsight, I should have asked that of you. So now
we did that in finance and facilities every month as we were taking those things off since 2016.
Right. No, you presented us with a list of the things you did. But again, I'm looking for a single sheet where everything was listed that was in the report. And then there was I guess, I mean, anyway, Chris, to my point is what you're doing now is presenting a summary. They're updating that summary and presenting us with, okay, this is what's still left to do. And maybe these are the new costs and whatnot. So the question becomes, it's not, should we do it? I think we should do it. The question is whether or not we thought it should have cost 18 grand.
So I can say from Dr. Harner's point that being chair of the facilities committee, that we for sure, at least in a committee, maybe not though, in a way that could be easily visualized from the rest of the board, we certainly would always look at the different projects and tick those off. But I would want to know from reading this, so this particular one that you're talking about for $18,000, this is in regards to building capacities?
No, this is just, well, yes, it would update that, but it's much like that 2016 study, I believe. They're going to go through it and let you know, yeah, what your building capacities are, what work needs to be done in certain buildings.
Yeah, because I do feel like we at least had a pretty good handle on an outlook. Now, in fairness, not being an expert in this, I don't know how often you would want to reevaluate and the value of this type of service.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be qualified in that way.
I made the mention during the facilities meeting that I thought that, it is an important tool. It's an important thing to have. It's just not really the correct time. I mean, they say it's a 2016 study that wasn't presented to the board till 2017. So now you're only really looking at 4 years ago, you know, and in 4 years we closed 2 of the buildings and renovated one of the building that were the major, you know, that had the major issues on the list. We're working pretty good toward it, that we don't need to spend this money this year on doing this study.
Another way to think about it is, if it were updated, would we use the information now for anything?
No.
So is there anyone from the administration who has a strong, I guess, opinion on why this would be needed?
Well, what we wanted to honor was the redistricting committee's recommendation. They, as you saw in the superintendent's report, they had about 5 or 6 recommendations. And what we wanted to tee up was the cost of each one of those recommendations to the district. And frankly, I did not make a value judgment on those or a recommendation that you do it or not, because it came from the committee.
And I'm not, I believe the committee, I believe that they're right in suggesting this. They didn't put a timeline on it either. Their recommendation was for a 5-year window. You know, this could also be done year 5 of this next redistricting cycle.
But we are kind of in 5.
No, 5 of the new one that they're suggesting. So
5
this
from
came
now.
from this redistricting committee here, and they gave us that 5-year window. This could be at the end of that 5-year window.
So
In an effort to move this along, Chris, if you want to, just make a motion that we remove that from the current motion that's out there. Make an amendment to the motion to table that.
I would like to make an amendment to remove this item from the fiscal consent agenda. It's item D, and it is only this.
It's the
I'll second it.
feasibility study update proposal is what it's called.
Yes. And yeah.
I'll second it. So just to be clear, this vote is to remove that item from the agenda. Am I accurate?
I think it's
Yes.
to move that from the current motion on the table.
Okay. So again, this is just to remove that item. So we'll get, I don't know if we need to do a roll call vote on this, but I'll go ahead and do one.
Need discussion.
No, I don't need to do one.
No,
Discussion.
John was saying it's a motion.
You don't need to do a roll call.
Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
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 Anyone opposed?
Yes, me.
Okay. So the motion carries with 7 to 1.
That was Mr. Klein who abstained, correct?
Yes, thank you.
You voted no, actually.
Yeah, correct.
Oh, thank you. Forgive me.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to move on with all, I'm not going to repeat those items, all of those items minus item number D. So I'll need a motion for those. Or do I need to do a motion?
The motion's on the table. You just amended it.
Okay, so
Sorry,
then,
Caitlin, to be clear, it's part of item D, not all of item D.
oh, it's just part of item D.
Just the $18,000 update proposal.
That is a very good point. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll still do the Dewey proposal and the other Schrader proposal for the QE renovations.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. Okay, so any discussion on those? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carries
Great.
8-0.
Annie goes on.
Unanimously-ish. Okay, I'm going to move on to the facilities consent agenda. We have the approval of the bid award to, oh my,
Diefendorfer.
thank you.
I did not know that.
Wow, that's a
Interesting. Diefendorfer Electrical Contractors. The bid award to Gaver Industries for the POF paving repair. A bid award to Walter Brucker and Company for the Trumbowersville secured vestibule project. Authorizing the district officials to execute contracts for capital projects approval of the final allowance adjustments and final change order for low bar construction for Nidec Elementary School, approval of the final allowance adjustment and final change order for Stan Roach. I don't know if I said that right. Plumbing, approval of the final allowance adjustment and final change order for Borough Developers, approval of the final allowance adjustment and final change order for Guy M. Cooper for Nidec Elementary School project. So I'll need a motion to approve.
So moved.
And I'll second Mr. Akmanowitz.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Motion carries unanimously, minus Keith. Human Resources Agenda, we have the ratification of the QCEA agreement. And to be clear, this is a motion to approve the 3-year tentative agreement dated February 11th between Quakertown Community Education Association and Board of School Directors, to be effective July 1st, 2021 to June 30th, 2024, as presented.
Why is there 2 on here and one is just a copy of the first? Do we have to approve the?
You know what, that's probably on me. I didn't remove it from the other one.
Okay, yeah, I didn't want to vote on 2 and then they can get double the pay increases, I guess.
I move to accept the proposal as presented.
Second.
For honors.
Discussion. Well, I'll keep my comments short and sweet. The reason I'm going to vote no against this proposal is not because I don't value teachers or because I believe that they deserve an increase. In fact, I do. The reason I'm going to vote no against this particular ratification is because a committee went to discuss a 1-year extension, which extended to a 3-year extension, which also included increases that far surpass, I think, the past 5 years of increases, and during a time where there is a pandemic and I feel like people are struggling and the community is struggling. This decision was made pretty quickly. I don't feel like it best supports our taxpayers. I would have certainly agreed to an extension, again, a 1-year extension with a nominal increase, but I feel like the decision on this was made hastily, and I personally won't be voting in favor of it.
I also share similar views to what Ms. Mitchell just said. I think that with our community hurting, I think this is a bad contract for our taxpayers. I don't like the term of 3 years either, not when we were discussing a 1-year extension. And again, as Ms. Mitchell said, nothing against the teachers on this. I just think this is bad for our community, and I cannot support it.
I'll pipe in as the chair of the HR committee and speak specifically to a couple of the concerns of those 2 members who just spoke up. There is no doubt that we went into this as the HR committee expecting a 1-year deal. We wanted to get through this COVID crisis with a simple contract extension. There was going to be no discussion about anything but salaries and benefits, which was key to a simple extension. The administration came to us and said that it was better if we go to 2 years from a financial standpoint because there are too many unknown variables with COVID at the time that this negotiation was made. So you can say yay or nay to the recommendation for the administration. As the committee, we felt it was a fair point. We didn't know what the revenue stream was going to look like or the expense stream was going to look like when we were knee deep in so many unknowns with the way schooling presented itself. So the decision to go to 2 years was not a big one. The decision to go to 3 years was simply negotiated between the union and our team. In this case, the team, if you recall, was not the HR committee. The board as a whole agreed to go to informal bargaining and allow Zach and our union, or not, excuse me, not union, our administrative liaison to negotiate for us. The question as to whether or not it was fast and speedily done, I disagree with. It was done similar to all the other negotiations. There were multiple meetings, multiple discussions. The HR committee was spoken to and told about every time a benchmark was made, and this is the way it has always been done. I know
How
some
many
of the
meetings
members-
did the HR committee have and how many were in full attendance?
Again, I'm trying to get to all your points here. There's some of the board members feel that they were not kept abreast of the ongoings. In simple fairness, when the committee is negotiating, the committee from time to time may report to the board, but for the most part, it's when we're getting close to an agreement that the committee reports back to the full board. Those board members who felt like they wanted to be a part of it, more and more, I don't know, maybe we should have reported back more often. Maybe they could have asked for better updates. I apologize if anybody feels slighted in the process, but it was not speedily done.
Due respect, Ron, the
Sure.
board did not have knowledge of this going from a 1-year extension to a 3-year extension, except in one meeting. In one meeting that was decided when the school board president and Mr. Klein were not present, and it was decided then that we would go from a 1-year extension to a 3-year extension. How does that seem as though people were informed? I mean, that to me is the point that I'm making.
I'll answer it if you want to continue to talk about how you're upset with it, I'll let you do that, but I'll answer the question.
No,
The answer,
I'm really, the purpose of this is, and we talked about this privately, it should be coming in no surprise that I planned on bringing this out into the public, because I wanted people to put their money where their mouth is and stare our community in the face, the community that is struggling, a community that is faced with 30% poverty, a community that is facing job losses, job decline, can't make ends meet, struggling to pay their rent, struggling to pay their mortgage, struggling to put food on the table. And how can we look our community in the face and say, we're going to continue to, during a pandemic, ask more from them? That is why I can't. And I don't understand how we got here.
Well, I would just say we're here and we can talk about historically, but we have something to vote on. My personal opinion is I think of it as the year one, it's a 1.5% increase, year two, 1%, year three, 1.5%. We got a bit of a boost that the employees will pay 17% of their healthcare. I think I probably pay half of mine. It is what it is, but I look at it as a cost of living increase. I understand that some in the community didn't get that, and it might be hard, but I viewed it as, yeah, I would prefer maybe 1 or 2 years, but it bumped up to 3 because of some circumstances. But I look at it as it's a cost of living increase at a modest amount.
So let's break down the cost of living increase.
And it buys stability.
And I think that it's important that we look at the numbers, because you listed some numbers. And if I'm in the community, I'm thinking 1.5%, that's not a big deal. But 1.5% is of the overall budget. So what you're talking about is
no.
The
Not
increase
1.5% of the budget. No. Matter of fact,
The
we don't
increase for
necessarily have
teachers,
to increase taxes either. We don't, this doesn't mean we have to increase taxes to the community.
there's a
Like that-
difference between the overall budget number and the increase. If you look at the teachers' increase percentage wise in their salary and step, and if you compare that to the previous years, because we were told going into this, this was going to be a status quo agreement, that we were going to keep things status quo, but that is not what's happening. And I looked at this very carefully with Zach. We looked at the percentages. The reason the percentages are going to be going up is because the projected Act 1 increase percentages are going up, and Act 1 does not reflect the current situation of the economic situation in the local community. It takes about 4 to 5 years for the Act 1 to catch up.
How
Zach,
does Act 1 have anything to do with the percentage salary increase in this?
Zach, please explain how the Act 1 has to go into the formula that was created to give these increases, because it has everything to do with it.
I think I have some clarity. I was just doing some of these numbers too while I was sitting here, and I'll probably get corrected on them before, but if you average the 3 years, and John,
I want to get some numbers put up here, please. Someone from the administration. I want to put the numbers up here.
Can you share the screen, the summary screen, Zach, that you had there?
So yeah, that's what I'm staring at.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at too. So really, those numbers you're referring to, John, are they're just their salary scale increases. But if you add in the lump sum bonuses they're getting, as well as the step increases they're getting, the total cost for this is 3.5% or 3.7% year one, 3.43% year two, 3.06 year three. That gives you an average over the 3 years of 3.39. The Act 1 index of this year is just 3%. Now we're living in the adjusted Act 1 index, which is 3.5%. So yes, technically we're under the Act 1 index, but it's, we're above the base Act 1 index for this. And that's a total over the 3 years. Now, if the Act 1 index increases to 3.7% over the 22-23 and 23-24 year, I'm probably talking too fast and confusing everybody, but then we would be under those as well. But those are just projections. Those aren't real numbers either. So ultimately, this is not a 1.5 and a 1% increase. It's a 3.5% increase, more like.
And how does that compare to the previous 5 years in the contract that was previous?
So, but the tough
Can
part
I get Zach to talk about it really quick though?
Yes.
Dr. Harner, you want me to go through it?
Yeah, please.
Well, it might be easier if let me see if I can share my screen, because there is a PowerPoint in here that we went over, I believe, last month. Let me see. Oh, no, I lost it.
You want to go to the other one that's attached, not that one.
Well, this one actually.
Nice desktop, Shock.
Oh, did you see that? That's
Somebody
only half.
needs to
That's only
delete
half
some
of it.
files.
Yes, this is what I presented last month. It's the overall financials of the agreement. Breaks out a couple different ways, from a dollar figure, from a percent figure, and then what's the actual average salary a teacher would get. And why I say that is teachers at the top, they don't get steps, so it'd be just whatever percent's on scale. Teachers that aren't at the top would be moving a step, so they would get a little more. So it's just what the average teacher would get. Couple of things on this page. The first year is the highest from a percent and a dollar figure. The reason for that is because there's carryover costs from the last contract that we had to pay regardless of what happened in negotiations. And when I did the math, it was around $1 million. So most of the year one increase actually is not attributed to this contract, but will hit us from a budgetary perspective. And then obviously you can see the next 2 years there. The 3.7 to 4.2 Act 1 index number is from the IFO. the independent fiscal office, they put out those projections. 3.7 would be the base. Like I think somebody mentioned earlier, we qualify for the adjusted, so we could be as high as 4.2. The reason we have the Act 1 index on there is when we've historically bargained the all-in cost, salaries, benefits, PSERS, everything. The prior, contracting goal was to try to keep the overall cost of every year of the contract collectively under the average of whatever the Act 1 index was for the year we were bargaining. And I think, Caitlin, you asked just how does it compare to the last contract, and here's that sheet as well. So the costs from a percentage are a little higher than the last one. Act 1 is higher than the last one as well. The thing that is hard to quantify here is that in the last contract, there was a delay. So unfortunately, when you look at comparing the two contracts, the last one looks a little lower, but the cost from the last year, or that constant delay, kept getting pushed and got pushed into the current year's budgetary numbers, not necessarily contract negotiation. So those are the numbers.
So stop right there.
I'll
So
keep them up
you
there.
can see in the last 4 years, total package 2, 2.5, 2.7, 2.4. Yet this package is much greater. Is that accurate?
From a budgetary perspective, correct.
And we have less teachers, and we expect to have less teachers going forward.
Correct. These numbers do not account for any attrition that I talked about last month in the budget presentation. So any reduction in FTEs is not factored into this at all.
Okay, any other questions from the board?
Zach, why is Act 1 projected at 3.7 to 4.2 next year?
It doesn't
there
keep up,
any
if you could explain that.
Yeah, it's
explanation for that
delayed.
big jump?
So it's just basically it's on a delay. So the dip because of COVID won't hit until a couple years later. There's a whole formula. It's an average. I think it's over the last 3 years, but it's always on like a 2 or 3 year delay.
So Galen, can I finish what I was saying?
Sure.
When you went off on your tangent?
Yes, sure. I do that every
Okay.
now and then.
Yes. So I'm going to say a lot of things. You're going to want to jump in again. Can I ask that you not and let me finish what I'm going to say before you respond?
I will do my best.
Thank you. So you're looking at the full package and saying that it's Chris gave a bunch of numbers, I see 3.43, 306, 3.7. I mean, it's all over the place, depending upon which number you want to look at and how you want to add it all in. And it's higher than the Act 1 projection. We're looking at a salary increase, to John's point, of 1.5%, 1%, and 1.5. Consider what our budget would have increased if we had a 0% salary increase. So let's assume we got the teachers to agree to have no bump in the salary for a year or 3. We're already looking at a 2%, 2.25%, 2.5% increase. I don't even know what it is because the numbers that are a percent increase are based upon the package. And if I take one piece out, that percentage changes. My point is that the structure of a contract for the unions based upon the step and column system are such that even if we do nothing, you're looking at a significant increase to your budget simply because a teacher who's there in year 3 and happens to stay for year 4 is entitled to a giant increase, 3%, 4%. I don't know what it is, depending upon what their step number is. It's the nature, unfortunately, of the step and column system that is pervasive in teacher union contracts. So we're already looking at the fact that we're going to have an increase no matter what. So the question becomes, do we demand of our teachers a 0% tax increase? We certainly could have done that. We went to informal bargaining for a specific reason. And this was my belief, and I believe the board and certainly the committee shared it at the time. It sounds like maybe some people having misgivings right now. My biggest concern was that sticking to informal negotiations was the way to go during this time, because, and I'll be blunt, I know a lot of teachers are listening here. I'm going to be very direct in my comments because they're true. They're not necessarily harmful. It's just a true statement. I was concerned that we've been asking a lot of our teachers this past year. We've been asking them to teach the way they've always taught, but also to teach through a virtual model. And they haven't been compensated for that in any way, shape, or form through the contract. So if we went to formal negotiations, what possibly could they have asked for from us? Because now we're demanding that they teach two models and restructure the way they're doing everything. What if this went on? What if the COVID style teaching goes on next year? Are we going to demand them to still teach both virtual and in live in-person instruction? Are they going to demand salary increases for that if we went to open negotiations? If the virus was still around in the fall, if that was still a concern, would we be mandated through the contract to put in all kinds of safety measures that would cost the school millions of dollars? Now, everybody here could say, no, we wouldn't allow that to happen. And that's 100% the prerogative the board faces right now. You could say that this contract is so egregious, you want to vote it down, and you have every right, and so be it. Then you'll go to open negotiations and we'll see where the teachers come out on the other side. My firm belief was that this was the best course of action for the district at this time. The giant increases in the budgetary effect are institutional in the nature of the budgetary system or the salary system that was established long before we ever got here. We can certainly vote no on this and go back to the teachers and demand less of them, or more of them, I should say. I just don't think that now is the time to do that. That is why I support the contract in the way it's presented here. I don't think a 1.5% increase, a 1% increase, and a 1.5% increase is a giant hit to the taxpayer. And Caitlin, one of the things you said was you are worried about all of this when our community is suffering in many ways. I do not deny the way they're suffering. It's a terrible thing. But to John's point, what you see in here does not necessarily cost the community anymore unless we raise taxes in June. So the fact that the teachers are getting this package, and you can say it's this or that compared to Act 1, does not constitute into additional costs for our community necessarily. So again, because I am concerned about the nature of an open contract and the demands from our teachers and on our administration and our schooling, and I don't believe the percentage to the salary increases is significant, I'm willing to accept the 3-year extension as it's presented. And that's what I had to say in its entirety. So feel free to comment, anybody.
So Ron, I have one thing to bring up. You had mentioned before about how the mask mandates and some of these mandates were fear-based. So I believe then what you're saying is this contract negotiation was fear-based. You did not want to have to deal with the possible requests and stipulations put in by the teachers union, and to that will assign a cost, and
Risk
the cost
mitigation
to that fear would be what this contract is.
Due respect to your comment there, I appreciate the logic behind it. There's a little difference to that logic though. When I said that, the mask and all that is fear-based, you have clear data as far as I'm concerned that shows that statistically speaking, the likelihood of catching the virus and dying of it at a rate is no higher than the rate of catching the flu and dying of it. I'm not going to get into that big debate again about it's not the same as a flu. My simple state is, statistically speaking, the evidence is clear that you're no more likely to die of COVID than you are of the flu, statistically speaking. Therefore, I say it's fear-mongering the mask, okay? When you're looking at this particular package, the question is, what is the fear? The fear is, what would the teachers do? And again, I do not like to get into with the teachers all listening, I don't want to speak for them or talk to their action. My fear, and I think it's a founded one, is to ask a teacher group to go to 0% tax, 0% salary increase would support a work stoppage on their part.
Well, we keep
And I do
talking
not believe-
about we keep
hang on a
talking
second.
about the salary increase, but that is not the total package here. And
Correct,
what you
but the package is built, I just said that, Kaylin. If we take out the salary increases, you're still going to have a significant increase.
So if you
because
want
of
a
what is built
salary
in.
increase, then fine. Then you should have made a compromise into the healthcare investment. You have to look at this thing as a total package. And I appreciate your comments. I really do. And you are approaching this and what I feel you think is best. I still feel like in the beginning of these negotiations, you're talking about a board who majority of us have never been through a negotiation. And so when I find out that the typical procedure is that people in the very beginning decide on a cap for the total package increase that was never discussed within the board. And I've talked to previous board presidents in this district who have informed me that that is very typical, that a certain percentage of an overall package is developed. And my impression going into this was it was a status quo agreement. There was no way for me to know. So if you're looking at a total package and you're looking at healthcare increase costing more, and you look at surrounding districts who are asking more money from an investment standpoint of healthcare, like we all are, we're all paying more pretty much every single year for our healthcare. If you look at this from a total package, it just doesn't seem like the district really got a good deal in this in any way whatsoever. And this has nothing to do with our performance of our teachers. My goodness, I have so many friends that are teachers. And I know, and I'm in the schools, so I'm subbing. I'm seeing what these teachers are going through, having to manage two different ways to teach. It's incredibly difficult. There's no doubt about it. But I'm balancing that with, and you're saying, oh, we're expecting them to do 2 models next year. And that's something we're not going to do. We've talked about that. So I just don't understand all of these ways to justify what I feel like is asking too much of our community.
Again, this is not a fait accompli. That there's nothing that says we have to raise taxes this year. And
But the
that's a
money's going to have
different
to come from
discussion.
somewhere. And isn't that a fiscal responsibility principle that we're not going to have an overall package increase for our community so that we can maintain our programs? And
We can still do that. This does not mean we have to raise taxes. And I think we should just, we're talking in circles. We've all said our piece.
I think
Let's just get
everything's
moving.
been said. John, you're right.
That's true.
We
No,
know
that's true.
We know our positions.
Okay.
Everything's been said. So
Let's go ahead and do a roll
Onward.
call vote, please.
Okay. Mr. Reimers,
Yes.
Mr. Spear,
Yes.
Mr. Akmanowitz,
Although this wasn't my original intention, I'm going to vote yes.
Ms. Weed,
Yes.
Mr. Kern,
Yes.
Mrs. Mitchell,
No.
Mr. McCucci,
I believe he's absent.
yes. Mr. Jackson,
Yes.
and Mr. Klein. Okay, it passes 6-2 with one absent.
Thank you. All right. That was actually fun. We haven't had one of those in a while, guys. Nice deliberation.
Sure, we
Everybody
could
stayed respectful.
inject a few in the coming.
Nice job. Okay,
just-
sorry. Now I have to look back through my agenda. Okay, here we go. Human
Right.
Resources Consent Agenda.
I was just going to say our one daughter said, "Can you go to bed, please?" So that's
Yeah,
why I moved
very soon.
downstairs.
Very soon. Okay, human resources consent agenda. We have professional staff, confidential staff, support staff, unit pay, substitute aides, and settlement agreement. I'll need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Policy and programs consent agenda. We have the approval of the redistricting committee recommendation, policy committee recommendations, the contract between Carbon Lehigh Intermediate Unit, approval of the contract with Linda Mood Bell Learning, 95% group, literacy, resources, and I'll need a motion.
So moved, Mr. Akmanowitz.
I'll second, Mr. Reimers.
Discussion.
Does anybody want to separate or discuss the redistricting recommendations, or we're all in agreement on that, right?
Yeah, I think I would like to.
Yeah, I think I'd like to at least have the discussion.
Okay, so would somebody like to make a motion to separate that?
Can I make a motion? Go
Do we
ahead.
need to separate it or just have a discussion?
That's true. I mean, I don't know.
Let's separate it just to be on the safe side.
Just to drag it out longer?
Okay,
No,
so,
I mean,
so
there's two
Chris
votes. The
Chris
votes are-
makes a motion.
I'll make the motion to remove item A from the policy and consent agenda.
Second,
second
can I?
it.
Okay,
Fine.
discussion. All those in favor say aye.
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 Anyone opposed?
Aye.
Okay, we're gonna start with item A since that's separated. Let's go ahead and discuss that.
You have to make a motion to approve that separately first.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve that.
And Mr. Jackson will second.
Okay, let's discuss.
So the recommendation was option A, correct?
This is about the students only, if I'm not mistaken.
Students moving, yeah. Sorry, John.
This is the boundary lines, John. Steve, it's just
Okay.
to approve the boundary lines.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay because there's actually some interesting things that maybe have been answered in emails. You know, like some folks have pointed out, 20 students moved from.
Yeah, that was
Yeah,
that was a
like-
concern of mine. We have 20 students going from POF to Trumbowersville and vice versa.
Except it's, yeah, I would think
I've gotten a lot of
Nancy Ann.
emails. I've gotten a lot of emails about that because I live in Parkside Estates, which is
Right.
POF. And you know what? I gotta say, that makes no sense to me. Why are 20 students from POF going to Trumbowersville and then Trumbowersville going to POF? That's
Because
not
there's really
changing
good there's really good reasons behind it. Nancy Ann wrote it in an email, and I think it would be worthy of explaining it because the folks on the redistricting committee had a lot of hard choices to make, and they didn't take it lightly. And I think Nancy Ann, I know you had a great response and the logic behind this particular move.
Before we get into another presentation, not that I don't want to hear from Nancy Ann, I want to point out to the board one thing. The committee, that's all they did for like 6 months is analyze these lines and the purpose of that, okay? For anybody here on this board now to pick up what they did and think for a second that a quick glance at the people who are sending us emails, at their problems, or the people who have called us directly, or a neighbor at the drugstore or the grocery store who said that they didn't want to send their kid here or there, that they're the ones who are affected and we can't let this happen. I want to make sure you all understand the committee already did this. It's their friends and neighbors too. They know that not everybody's going to be happy. And the moment you start second guessing what they did, you're still going to end up with somebody not happy. We're wasting our time looking at their lines and trying to fix something that cannot be fixed. What you have is the best that we could offer. And for us now to question it is a terrible thing to do. That's just my position.
I just wanted to raise it because the logic that Nancy Ann presented was just superb and spectacular. And nobody's going to know that the logic behind it, without asking a question and having somebody reveal it. And it's not as, once you hear it, it's not as crazy as it sounds, because it's actually not what it looks like on the surface.
And the
Well,
purpose of me
and I
removing
think
it,
it would be good for the public to hear that. So if Nancy Ann is there, then how about if she explains why
And
we
that-
have 20 going from POF and 20 going back from Trumbowersville?
and that is the purpose I removed this from that agenda item too, so we can have this discussion so the public can hear, because there is still 76 people on here that are probably here to hear this part of the meeting. And as soon as we're done talking about this, they'll all go to bed.
Nancy, who are you shooing to?
Chris.
That was good.
Hooray, hooray.
You weren't supposed to tell me that.
Boy, that improved my outlook right away.
I'm giving her the chance to.
Okay. We did have a number of people that put in questions. There were a few more that came in today that I wasn't able to get the mapping consultant for long enough to examine them in detail and everything. But the main areas of concern, since you asked me to kind of do this for the public, were the Franklin Street, New Street area in Quakertown Borough. And that that neighborhood currently goes to Richland and is switching to Neidig. And so a number of parents from that area did write with concerns about that. They would prefer to stay at Richland. So I did go in with the mapping consultant and see what the impact would be. And the outcome of moving that neighborhood would push Richland to 100% capacity, like right from the get-go, which is not the way that you want to start out a map that you're hoping is going to last for 5 years, especially because we allowed some room at Richland for the other part of the Twin Ponds, I guess, Twin Ponds neighborhood, which is being built out. So in responding to those parents who had raised that concern, that is the explanation. It's not feasible. To be clear, children going from there to Neidig would be bused. We do not have children walk on hazardous routes like that intersection there at Hellertown and 313. So that is an area that would be bused. There's about, I want to say 40 children that are affected in that neighborhood. So the other area that came up frequently with concerns is the Parkside Estates area. And that area before the 2015 redistricting, it was done in 2014, it was implemented in 2015. That school attended Trumbowersville. They were changed to POF in that redistricting. And now in this redistricting map, they're returning to Trumbowersville. I will just clarify, there are no students who were moved at that time who would be being moved again, because they are now all at least in middle school. So it doesn't affect the same children. Lisa, please be alert for a life safety tip.
I have it, thanks.
Thanks. Sorry. Just got another. So that would be the impact on that neighborhood. So the original questions that I got were just about Parkside Estates staying at POF. And doing that creates the same kind of problem where POF is much closer to its capacity right off the bat, and Trumbowersville is only about 2/3 full. So based on that, it does not make sense. This is, I think, what Mr. Kern was alluding to in an email that I wrote, is this is like a balloon. You know, like if you squeeze the balloon over here because you want to move one neighborhood, the air comes out over here, and now you've destabilized the whole system, which I think it's important not to do. If we're going to adopt a new map and we want it to last, then it needs to at least be stable, you know, going in. subsequently, one of the ones that came in either late yesterday or today asked about another neighborhood, which is the Live Oak, Red Oak neighborhood that's pretty close to district office. And that neighborhood is at TRUM and is switching to POF. So then the question is, if we're taking kids from here and moving them there and taking kids from there and moving them to here, why, could we just leave it alone? I guess is the essence of the question. And that's what I started to be able to look at today. But our consultant was on vacation this week, and we had someone else who stepped in to help us. And I wasn't able to get as definitive a look at it as I would have liked, but it is roughly the same number of children. So the main impact of it is really creating a map that has kind of weird things on it, instead of kind of being clean and having the boundary lines and the different areas all go in the same direction. Switching them would now create like a little hook of POF that sticks into Trumbowersville and a little hook of Trumbowersville that sticks into POF on the other end. And that would be the main, I think, disadvantage. The committee members that worked, as I think it was Mr. Kern said, worked for many, many hours, and they moved lines here, they moved lines there. They looked at the impact. They looked at how many kids were affected. They looked at the equity between schools, the racial diversity at schools, the levels. They looked at all of those things in drawing their lines. And I think if you were asking for my recommendation, it would be to honor the work that they did as the result that they felt was the best for the community. But if you're asking me, is it possible to switch those two neighborhoods from a numerical standpoint? It is. It does lead to a map that is not, I guess clean is the word that I would use, because it kind of has little pockets that aren't going to look like where they belong. Think of it like gerrymandering.
I was just going to say that.
Sort of like that, it won't be quite as interesting as that one.
Barney Frank, that's
The
the
one that
funniest
does the,
Barney
one that
Frank in
looks like-
Massachusetts.
Yeah. So
It's like little slivers and good. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah. So I guess
Jim
that's
Jordan.
So I guess I would say switching it would create kind of a gerrymandered map. But numerically, I believe it would work. If that was the direction you wanted to go, I would want you to give me a little wiggle room in case when our mapping consultant comes back from vacation next week and I go through it in more detail, I find something that wasn't apparent today. But like I said, from a numerical standpoint, it would work okay.
Thank you very much, Nancy Ann.
That's a great explanation. Can I ask one question though in your email, which I did read before because I'm a resident of Parkside Estates? You said that prior to 2015, Parkside Estates was at TRUM. My daughter was before 2015. She attended POF from 2006.
Well, I don't.
So that's just not
why, but
I don't know why that's in there because that's really not accurate.
Well,
we attended POF.
There were kids that did. And many people have said our neighborhood's been changed 3 times. So we actually went
maybe
back
just
and
not
found,
Jenny's.
Yeah, we found a couple students.
No, I live in Parkside Estates. It's not that big of a neighborhood. We're not that big. We're 2 streets.
Well, we found students who attended TRUM up until 2015 and then switched to POF. And then we found other students who were younger, older. 5th grade.
Well, I'm cool
grade,
with proceeding and
either
leaving
younger
wiggle.
or older, who had been at POF the whole time. So it's possible, I do not recall the specifics of what happened in 2014, but it is possible that your neighborhood was sort of an open area for a period of time as things became overcrowded. So it's possible that everybody is is telling what their experience was, but it wasn't the same for the whole neighborhood, because that's part of what we changed in 2014. So, but we
Well, thank
actually, we pulled real kids and looked to see, because we were trying to figure it out. So.
So maybe
When you
we can
guys
couch
redistrict,
this-
sorry,
oh,
guys.
sorry. I was just gonna say, maybe we can couch this in terms of giving you some wiggle room to meet with the consultant when they get back and use your judgment for those 20 one way or the other. If you need that.
Well, right now, the motion on the table is to approve the redistricting according to the committee.
Is there any appeal process that parents could have if they made it with the district office or?
My recommendation would, there is one type of exception that I think it's always appropriate to grant. And that is where you have siblings in a family and one of the siblings attends a specialized program, whether it's an IU program in one of our buildings or some other type of special education program that's only offered in one place. I have always granted an exception for the siblings of that child to attend the same school, because that parent otherwise has no option available to have their children attend school together. Other than that, in the beginning years of a new map, I would be making no exceptions, because as soon as you start making exceptions, you're destabilizing the system. Like I said about the balloon, as soon as, and if you make an exception for one family, many families have a compelling reason why they don't want their child to change the school they're in. So if you do it for one, then it's hard to say, why did I do it for this one? And why did I not do it for that one? And then pretty soon you might as well not have, not have bothered to make the change. So I think if you're adopting a new map, then we need to implement it with fidelity. By the time we get to the years 4 and 5, then yes, we're going to have to take some liberties with it if class sizes start to become severely imbalanced, which is what we've done the last couple of years, is we've taken liberties with the boundary lines. But at least going in for as long as possible, you want to maintain the integrity of those lines.
And in the past, has the bus company been a part of helping draw those lines with the redistricting committees? But this year, the uncertainty over that made that not happen or something?
No, we had access to the same kind of software through Forecast 5. And so we just did it that way.
So when Wayne was talking about if we would get our own transportation coordinator in like a district one, they could work to help streamline routes and stuff like that.
Absolutely.
Our policy of redistricting only every 5 years, that wouldn't necessarily be happening on a yearly basis where they would be.
Well, you'd be developing new routes every year because the number of children in each grade band would change.
But not switching schools.
So
they wouldn't be redistricting kids. They would just be moving bus routes.
No, they'd just be doing bus routes. That's all.
Okay, I think we have a lot of really good information that was presented. I think we're ready for a vote. So I'm going to go ahead and say all those in favor, say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? The motion carries unanimously. All right, I'm gonna need a motion on the rest of the items that I previously discussed, items B through F. Can I get a motion?
Proposed by Mr. Jackson.
I'll second it, Mr. Klein.
Discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? That motion carries unanimously. Information items, there is a senior high school suspension report, February enrollment, an SRO report, and just a reminder for the statement of financial interest to go ahead and turn that in if you haven't done so. There's also a BCIU ballot for the upcoming election. And any new business?
I had a question about your statement of financial interest. That's only for current running candidates, right? The seating.
No, that's for all candidates.
I thought we had
And
to-
sorry, not
board member.
candidates, all board members.
Every sitting board member and every candidate has to do it annually.
Every
Yeah,
public official.
I thought the candidates had to have it before, when their ballot was handed in, but the seated ones could do it up till May.
No, that's not true. They're two totally separate
Well,
ones
no,
that you have to turn in. You have to turn one in to the Bucks County Board of Elections. If you're a candidate, it's a separate form that you have to fill in prior to the deadline. And if you are a sitting member, it's a separate deadline for that. But it's two different forms and
I
two
think
different.
Jeff was just about to answer though.
I think he was shaking his head yes, that, but you can tell me.
So what do we need, Jeff?
What I'm saying is that sitting board members who are not candidates have a deadline of May sometime.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah.
Or April 23rd.
All right, so
Right, Sean.
moving on here to new business. Any new business? Okay, some dates, important dates.
Can I actually just bring up, and I just want to make sure that I bring up, I'd like the district to look at additional options for security within our buildings other than the police. I brought it up in previous meetings. I'm bringing it up again now because I want it to be for the record.
Pitt Ridge actually has security that are not SROs, interestingly enough. They do carry weapons, I noticed, but they are, from my understanding, not local police.
Walker, Texas Ranger.
There you go. And I'm not advocating for either one, just so everyone knows. I'm just mentioning that there are other options. So yeah, let's take a look at that. And we have a special meeting that is going to be on March 25th, and that's going to be to discuss and vote on the transportation contract. And then our next board meeting is April 8th. There's also additional dates if you want to take a look at that, as well as committee meeting dates. All of that is online. And I am going to say, did we get any other additional public comment at this time?
There was one that I apologize that I missed in the original reading. It was from Marta, and I apologize if you're on the phone, Marzlowski, from Milford Township, and it's regarding the redistricting. She is in the development we were just talking about. I understand that we are trying to reduce overcrowding, but it was brought to my attention that 20-some kids from Poff will be moving to Trumbowersville, and 20-some kids from Trumbowersville will be moving to Poff. How will this help reducing numbers? What is the reasoning behind that? Why are we making the unnecessary switch? So I apologize. I missed reading that earlier this evening.
Understood. Thank you. Yeah, I guess to that point, I guess we have to balance, what looks like a clean map versus, long-standing community, but I'm sure you guys are taking a look at that. So I'll move on to a motion to adjourn.
So moved, Mr. Klein.
Second, Mr. Jackson.
Discussion.
None.
Good night.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Good night, guys. Thank you all for hanging in there.
Thank you.
Night, everybody. Wash your hands. Stay safe.
Stay safe. Bye-bye.